If everybody would take their seats, please, we'll begin very shortly. Good, thank you. This is a meeting of the Workforce and Organizational Effectiveness Committee. I think this will be a brief meeting, but nonetheless, let's do it. Let me first call attendance for the committee members. Trustee Erlinson, are you present?
Present.
Trustee Hipsch? Trustee Murillo? Trustee Sharon? Trustee Teff?
Here.
And the chair is here. I also want to acknowledge our liaisons for the committee, and I thank President Inch from Mankato being here. Trustee Charlier cannot be here today, but she will be in attendance tomorrow. And we thank them for their participation too in our discussions developing agendas. We have two items today on the agenda. First of all, the minutes of October 16. And I'll ask if there are any changes to the minutes as distributed. Hearing none, I'll call for a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
And I will call for a voice vote to approve the minutes. I'll call for a voice, excuse me. How far back do I need to reset? We do have a quorum. We do have a motion that's seconded to approve the minutes. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. We have a first reading today of a proposed amendment to Board Policy 4.1, and I'll ask Vice Chancellor Davis if he would take us through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Coles, members of the committee. So today is the first reading of our proposed amendments to Board Policy 4.1, which is the personnel plan for Minnesota State administrators. We have a policy that requires the Board of Trustees to establish and maintain a compensation plan for Minnesota State administrators. There is a 30-day comment period. It will conclude on December 2nd of this year. Any comments would be considered prior to a second reading brought to the committee in January. We will ask for the approval of the proposed amendments. The markup is in your materials. Like I said, it's a one-paragraph policy. It essentially outlines the duty of the board to maintain a compensation plan for personnel for Minnesota State administrators. I'll stand for any questions.
All right, let's see if there are any questions from committee members or other trustees. Obviously, the comment period will perhaps lead to some revisions. We'll find out, and this will come back to us in January.
Chair Coles, yes.
No action required. I'll look again to see if there are any questions. Do we have any trustees remote who are on the line? We have none. Very good. Well, that agenda item then is concluded, and seeing nothing else on our agenda, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. We will begin shortly with the meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee.
Yeah, why don't we take about 3 minutes and we'll start. Thank you. Good morning. The Committee for Academic and Student Affairs is called to order. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Sewell. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. There are 3 agenda items today on our agenda. First is approval of the October meeting minutes. Next is a proposed amendment to Board Policy 3.43 on accreditation. The third item on the agenda is an informational discussion of Minnesota State's law enforcement and education reform and proposed changes to the Peace Officer Standards and Licensure Training Board. I'd like to acknowledge my president liaisons, but they are unable to be involved with this morning. So in their stead, to join us at the table will be President Reich and President Boyd. Good morning. Thank you. And are you somewhere where we can see you? You want to raise your hand? Oh, they're here. Even I'm sorry. You'll have to understand that I don't wear bifocals yet, but I don't have my glasses on, so I see about 6 feet. So thank you. I appreciate your attendance this morning. Attendance for the record, Vice Chair Sharon. Here. Thank you. Trustee Grabowska. Thank you. Trustee Grabowska? Here. Trustee Richter? Here. Thank you. We have a full house and thank you very much. And I believe everyone is in personal attendance. The first agenda item is approval of the minutes from our October 16, 2024 meeting. A draft copy has already been distributed electronically to committee members. Are there any changes or corrections to the minutes as written? Thank you.
I'll move adoption.
Second.
Thank you. The minutes will be added to the record. This is off the record, but just keep your hand on the red button. It works better. Thank you. The second agenda item is the proposed amendment to Board Policy 3.43. And it is part of the board's regular 5-year review process. Here to present is Satasha Green Stevens, the Senior Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning, Trustee Teffer, Chair Sewell, Chancellor Trustees. This policy 3.43 accreditation was reviewed as a part of our normal 5-year review cycle. This is the first reading. Some of the changes to the policy is we deleted or replaced outdated terminology throughout the policy. For example, the use of institutional accreditation to move to for our colleges and universities. And also using the word regional accreditation. Some of the things in the policy that we changed is we replaced the definition of the Higher Learning Commission, and then we clarified the program accreditation is discretionary for fields that do not require licensure or certification for entry. So program accreditation can be expansive.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions regarding the changes to the policy?
I'll
Just you, Jensen.
and they look like reasonable changes to me. So I serve as a peer reviewer for the Higher Learning Commission. So it looked good.
That's excellent news. Thank you so much. Since this is a first read, we will revisit this policy. Thank you very much. The third agenda item and the final thing that we need to speak about today for review and discussion is a presentation and discussion titled Law Enforcement Education and Reform Update and Peace Officer Standards and Training Board Proposed Changes. Background information has already been posted to the onboard site for the committee. The focus of this particular presentation is twofold. First is background and an update on Minnesota State's Task Force on Law Enforcement Education Reform, commonly referred to as LEAR. Second is a presentation update and discussion of proposed changes by the Peace Officer Standards and Training Board, often referred to as POST. Here to present, Senior Vice Chancellor Satasha Green Stevens. And if you will introduce your guest, we will begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Teffer. I am here with the Executive Director of the Police Officer Standard and Training Board, Eric Mizelt. Practice the name. And he will do the second half of the presentation. I will just do a quick overview over our law enforcement and education reform work that we started in 2020. Currently, Minnesota State trains 8 out of 10 officers for the state of Minnesota. And one of the things that we thought it was significantly important in our law enforcement programs was to incorporate cultural competency and anti-racist education. All of our campuses with our professional peace officer education programs that lead to certification have completed that work. All of our programs that are professional peace officers education programs also align with the current board standards and are certified by the Post Board. So I think it's important to note that all of our programs meet Post Board standards currently and continue to serve and train those that want to become peace officers in the state of Minnesota. So I would like to turn it over to Eric to talk through what the Post Board is, and then also some proposed language for peace officer programs within the state, and then open it up to some dialogue to talk through how does that impact Minnesota State's programming, and then what are next steps as it relates to this proposed language. So I will turn it over to Executive Director Mizelt.
Okay, all right. Every place is a little different, so, okay, hopefully you can hear me just fine. As Dr. Green Stevens said, my name is Eric Mizelt. I'm the Executive Director for the Minnesota Peace Officer Standards and Training Board, as you mentioned, known as a Post Board. With me today, and she's just here for clarification if there are questions later, is Alicia Popowski. She's our Rules and Legislative Coordinator. And this effort that we're working on is done through rulemaking, administrative rulemaking. So she's here to answer any potential questions from that. So with that, my goal today is just give you as kind of a summary of where we're headed. And then as you mentioned, talk a little bit about how those changes may impact PPOE. So with that, let's see if the clicker works. Look at that. Perfect. All right. So for those that are not familiar with the Post Board, we are a licensing and regulatory agency. We are very similar to the Lawyers Board, Medical Board, Nursing, etc. So we are part of the executive branch. All members are appointed by the governor. There is one ex officio member, and that's the head of the BCA, the superintendent of the BCA. Otherwise, they are all appointed. We oversee pre-service education, testing. Minnesota is a licensing state with a written exam that needs to be taken. Actually, it's online now, but you get the point. Licensing, including renewal, and continuing education. And then finally, violations of standards of conduct and licensure. So we do everything that any licensing and regulatory board does, except for peace officers. Just by contrast, not every state is a licensing state. Many are certification. Minnesota is one of the few that is actually licensing and has a little additional authority because of that. Okay, so I just want to give a just brief overview of the state of pre-service training across the country. Pre-service training across the country is generally run by educational institutions, local, municipal, or county agencies, post boards such as ours, or some combination thereof. There are typically two types. When a person decides they want to go into training, they want to be an officer. To get into the pre-service training, most states call this an academy. There are two kinds. There's open and closed. Open is open to anyone who qualifies. Some refer to it as self-sponsored. So very similar to what we have here in Minnesota right now. Closed is only open to candidates, applicants who have been vetted and hired by a law enforcement agency. And that is, I don't know what the breakdown is, but it's probably somewhere 50-50. Okay. Currently, and this leads to some of the reasoning and the purpose behind what we're doing here. There are only 7 states in the entire United States, including Minnesota, that don't have uniform statewide curriculum and training protocols. Kentucky, Maryland, Missouri, Nebraska, Rhode Island, and West Virginia. For those that are not aware, right now we just the board provides broad learning objectives, and then each school implements them as they see fit and develops curriculum. That is unusual, as you can see, compared to the country. And by the way, this is also something that when we did an audit, when I took over in 2020, we had the International Association of Directors of Law Enforcement Standards and Training, which is an association of post directors, my colleagues from across the country. They did an audit of all our processes, CE, pre-service, and also regulatory functions. And as part of the pre-service, one of the things they identified as problematic, and we already actually knew about, but they confirmed that, was the inconsistency of pre-service training, the wide variation in what is taught and how it's taught. So that leads me to why reform the current system? Why should we change it? Inconsistency, I put that in red because that is a big one. Right now, again, because the board has for 40 some years just promulgated learning objectives and put right in the rules, quite frankly, that it's up to the institutions to develop the curriculum and deliver it. That's it. And that's what institutions have done. And they've done that to the best of their ability without question. The problem is it's all over the map. So, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We also have difficulty in being able to assess or evaluate the results of these baseline trained candidates that are going out into law enforcement. It's inconsistent or it's poor assessment. And part of that is just endemic to or inherent in the process. And if you have different learning objectives, or not learning objectives, different curriculum, different ways of teaching, it's going to be very difficult to do an apples to apples comparison or evaluation of the results across the board. And what we find now is that there's a wide variation in product outcomes. And by product outcomes, our product here is trained candidates for police officer positions, trained at a baseline level. Law enforcement right now cannot rely on a baseline standard of training and competence from candidates who attended different schools. So the best example I can offer you is that if say St. Paul or someone else hires 2 persons as officers, and one went to Hibbing, another one went to Alex. When they get them in the room and they start prepping them and doing orientation and prepping them for field training and all that sort of stuff, they often have to start over because there is inconsistency in how those 2 are trained and their understanding of the different things they need to know for a foundational officer. The third point and issue is the current system is non-accommodating to non-traditional candidates. And that, of course, is a problem now with recruitment and hiring. And I'm maybe the first one to tell you that alone is not going to solve our recruitment and hiring problem. That's a larger demographic problem, and there are a lot of other factors. However, right now, if you don't have a criminal justice degree, you're going to have to attend additional school, take on additional debt in order to make it into the club, so to speak. Career changers are also out of luck, and out-of-state applicants as well. So there's additional coursework requirement for candidates with a criminal justice degree from non-PPOE schools. So for example, and the superintendent has given me permission to use his as an example. He was getting his criminal justice degree from the University of Minnesota, flagship university, all right, Big Ten, obviously. And halfway through, he went around to try and find out, because he wanted to be an officer in this state, to find out what it would take for him to become an officer, to become eligible to take the exam. And he was given so many different answers and so many convoluted routes to do that. He dropped from the University of Minnesota and went to a PPOE school so that he wouldn't have to take additional coursework. And mind you, he was getting a degree in criminal justice. So that's part of what the issue is here, aside from out-of-state applicants, which I'll talk about further. So right now, our proposed changes to summary, this is a very brief summary. I was told I only had 6 slides, so I'm doing the best I can with what I got. Educational institutions, all of your PPOE schools will regain full control of their degree curriculum. So what we're proposing is that there will be no longer a requirement for your schools that are providing criminal justice, police science, whatever the title is, degree program. Post will no longer have any say or provide those, or necessarily not require those post-defined learning objectives. The idea here is that degrees and degree programs is your bailiwick. That is your world. That is what you do well. And that's where it should stay. And it shouldn't be the post board defining for a degree program what should be covered. Now, again, we don't know exactly what this proposed system is going to look like, but that would not preclude a school, for example, from still providing or using those learning objectives that Post has as part of their degree program. But it would be entirely up to the school and to MnSTATE to decide how to incorporate that if they want to. Okay. The second piece is that the Post board will develop a uniform curriculum, to the point of what I was mentioning earlier about the lack of consistency. A uniform curriculum and training regimen that'll be delivered by certified organizations in the manner and method prescribed by the board. So we will define the training piece and the curriculum, and that would be based on best practices as we've researched, and curriculum development experts that we will bring in to develop that. But it will be a standalone program separate from the degree program, with one exception, which I'll get into if I have time, as a possible option. To be clear, the degree requirement remains. We are not, nobody is interested, not chiefs, not sheriffs, not academics, not those of us who are in the regulatory business. We are not interested in going backwards and not requiring a degree for Minnesota peace officers. That stays, period, full stop. And the entry standards for this program will mirror our minimum officer standards, minimum selection standards. This is a higher standard than it was imposed right now. So our goal there is to make sure that the folks that go into this training are actually have a realistic shot and are qualified to become police officers, versus spending a bunch of time and then being told there's no way you're ever going to make it as an officer. Okay. What are our results? This is what we hope to achieve. Consistently trained officers, regardless of where they attend pre-service. I tell the chiefs and sheriffs, I want it to be where when you get candidates from wherever they come from, whether it's a school or an agency or whatever it is, that you can count on a baseline benchmark level of training. And you know exactly where you have to start in order to teach them your policies and your procedures and field training, versus having to start fresh. The example I often use is one who coached youth basketball for a little bit. Post job will be, and in this pre-service training job, our job will be to teach the fundamentals. If you're teaching basketball, you teach footwork, shooting, movement, dribbling. That's it. Fundamentals, make the person good at those fundamentals. They can be taught triangle offense or some other particular approach to the game by their high school and as ultimately college coaches. In this case, the agencies. The agencies can teach them from there how they want it to fit their community, fit what their standards are. We'll have them at a basic level that they can count on when they hire that person. We expect a superior ability to assess pre-service outcomes and address shortcomings by having a consistent curriculum and a consistent program across the state, no matter the organization. when we run into issues, for example, on the exam or we're finding out from our clients, our customers, quite frankly, the agencies out there that are hiring, a problem with the product they're getting, we can more easily pinpoint where that might be an issue and what we might need to do to change it and fix it. Accessibility to non-traditional degree holders, that was the example I gave you. And we believe firmly that non-traditional degree candidates, non-traditional candidates improve the quality of our peace officers through diversification and broader life experience. And quite frankly, this is an area where we are getting our clock cleaned by other states. Other states have the opportunity to take someone with a social work degree and put them through the training and get them into the ranks. They have the opportunity to take a person who they went to school, they became a computer programmer, for example, they've been working in it for 2-3 years, and they decide they hate it. And they did it because daddy said they should, or mommy said they should. And they're like, I really wanted to be an officer, I really wanted to be of service. This will make a clear path for them to get in. They won't be having to take another 1.5 years of classes to qualify. Agencies will have a clear path to fund and hire and fund candidates. A lot of that is happening right now. One piece is the IC Poet pilot program being run at Alex right now and Hennepin Tech. And that is where it is to the point now with recruitment and hiring where agencies are literally paying people a salary to go to school because they have to get those folks. And that is very common nationwide, quite honestly. Now this would give them a clear path. They could hire a person who's a second career person and with a different degree, or they have a criminal justice degree, but it's from Madison or it's from Iowa. And then they can go right into the program and then come out and take the test. Additional opportunities for financial support from the state. Now, this is one I'm careful to say, and everybody here is part of the state system, so we know what this and what I'm going to say in $3 will get you a cup of coffee. But I'm hopeful that this will provide an opportunity for the state to continue to fund, like they've done with the IC Poet program, reimbursement to either agencies or to the person themselves to get through the training, pay them salary while they're going, and get reimbursed by the state, which hopefully will be helpful for smaller agencies that maybe can't afford to do it on their own. And then finally, efficiency for a lot of them. I'm just going to leave it at that. I think a lot of what I've talked about, you can relate to efficiency, the clear path, the ability for folks that have a little bit different background or different life experience. Now they have a clear path to get in, which is much, much more efficient than doing what the superintendent of BCA did, is trying to run around and find who will accept what credits where and all that kind of stuff. It's done. You just get through. So that is my, I don't know how speedy I was. I didn't look at the time when I started, but that is my down and dirty kind of summary of what we're trying to do here. With that, I'd open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mislett. And thank you to the Senior Vice Chancellor. I have been thinking about this pretty much nonstop, as have a number of people on the committee. For purposes of this discussion, I'm hoping that we will first keep this to the committee members. And I would like to also, and of course, the president liaisons who are seated today. In addition, I would like to invite Trustee Soul to the conversation as well. He's not a member of this committee, but he has substantial background on it. I have many thoughts, but I am going to defer some of my own thinking, and I'm going to open this up for questions. So let me start with Chair Soul. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome, Executive Director Miselt. As you know, there are 23 colleges and universities in our system that have law enforcement, peace officer, criminal justice programs that are PPO approved. And they generate 80% at least
of the peace officers licensed in the state of Minnesota. I personally have visited these programs. I was fortunate to be at the Alexandria Tech commencement this spring and saw the fine graduates of our program. I'm concerned, well, a prior version of your PowerPoint that you sent us last week said that your proposed changes would accomplish a complete separation between higher education degree programs and pre-service peace officer training. And I'm concerned that your proposal would devastate the programs at Minnesota State, in which we have invested substantially in faculty, in infrastructure, in dealing with peace officers for generations. Also, I'm concerned about in 2021, after the murder of George Floyd and riots in the city of Minneapolis and St. Paul, we did a law enforcement education reform task force and issued a report in which we restructured our law enforcement programs at Minnesota State. And I'm concerned that that might be left behind with your proposal. So my first question is, what do you perceive to be the role of Minnesota State in the program that you envision?
Okay, so first I'd like to address the first part about it devastating the system. I will not soft sell or undersell that is a significant change. It is a sea change for Minnesota, which, by the way, Minnesota has not looked at this system in 40 years, at least. Nobody in the state, to my knowledge, has done any significant review of what is the latest trend in police training, what are the benchmarks, what are the best practices across the country. It's been stagnant. It's just part of why we're here. To the point of devastating the program, I would just say that those states, and the only thing I can tell you, I don't have statistical information for you, but those states that run a system closer to this, which is again, the majority of those in this country, have very robust criminal justice programs, 4-year, 2-year. Folks that are in the system right now, the 80% you talk about, a couple thousand students, whatever that number is, they still need degrees under this system. That doesn't change. And the system, Min State, now has full authority over their curriculum to decide how they want to frame their criminal justice or police science. And my experience is that secondary and post-secondary institutions will customize their programs to what their degree programs, mind you, to what they need for their area and what they see for their student body. Some will be more technically oriented. Some are more liberal arts, criminal justice, broader approach. I went to a liberal arts university. I could have gone to a police science university or a college. I chose the liberal arts criminal justice route because I wasn't sure. Thought maybe I want to be a lawyer. Thank goodness I didn't do that. Maybe I want to do something else. So I wasn't sure. So those students don't go away. Those folks don't disappear. And Min State is still the primary delivery for that for our students here in Minnesota. So that's my first comment. As far as the role going forward in this new system, it remains a collaborative role, in my view. The states that run it in what I perceive as probably the likely outcome for here in Minnesota, because we already have, to your point, this kind of the structure, is that it's very cooperative. It involves higher ed being subject matter experts, practitioners, all of that in the training piece. But it does, in the earlier PowerPoint you mentioned, that was before there was a discussion about 2 options here, which since you brought it up, I'll bring it up. That was before that, where we felt like there has to be a clear separation, because quite frankly, some of the discussion has been, well, on the one hand, we don't want posts telling us how to set a curriculum and put in a curriculum. Okay. But by the same token, we still want to be involved and we want to be involved in the training. So there has to be a clear split between what is degree and education and what is the training. Now, the other thing I'll add is that current training for the kind of training I'm talking about, I think maybe some people have in their mind the old academy, marching, military style, all that. And I can tell you in my state where I came from, 1988, that was the farthest thing from the truth. It was classroom. It was Monday through Friday. It was folks like the district attorney teaching constitutional law and practical application of that. Adjunct staff, much like you have right now in the PPOE system. So getting back to the question, I see a collaborative system with that. Post is not, we don't have subject matter experts. Everything we do, whether it's the development of a policy or even the learning objectives that we've been promulgating to this point, of course, now it would be part of a curriculum development. We brought in folks who had education background, had expertise and experience in the area that we were addressing. So I hope that answers your question.
As to these colleges and universities kind of devising their own curriculum, the record is that there are a number of statutory requirements for the curriculum that are taught at our colleges and universities. And, your learning objectives are 55 pages. So I don't know how much room there is for variation. I assume that there's some, but you guys all already control much of these programs, as I understand it. And with respect to non-traditional candidates, you mentioned the University of Minnesota grad, we have 10 programs in the Minnesota state system that provide opportunities for those sorts of students who are graduates of a 2-year, 4-year program to take an expedited track and earn a certificate or diploma that puts them in line for your licensing examination. There are 10 programs in the state of Minnesota as short as 8 months. And there's also an intensive, comprehensive peace officer education and training at Alexandria Tech and Hennepin Tech, just that's starting as we speak, to help this process. And so I just pushing back here a little bit on this wide variability and there not being opportunities in Minnesota for these non-traditional candidates.
I don't know if that has to be on or not. Okay, it looks like it shuts off after a certain time. Okay. Well, to your point, Minnesota over the past few decades has developed end arounds from the hard-boiled PPOE system, certificate program, pathways, LEDO. And that should tell you something. That should tell you something about why were those developed? Because of the problem for non-traditional folks to get in. People who don't have the exact right degree that didn't meet all of the learning objectives from post. So that's one. IC Poet, glad you brought that up. I mentioned it as well. That's exactly what we're talking about here. We are talking about, in essence, taking IC Poet and making it the standard statewide. Okay, where anybody with any degree can come in and be trained and have an opportunity to have it paid for or be reimbursed. So that's exactly what we're talking about. We think it was a good idea. And by the way, in case you're wondering, and I doubt it because many of you I'm sure have experience at the Capitol, they didn't just come up with this for no good reason. They came up with IC Poet because of demands from the industry. And that's what I would ask you to consider most importantly, And I hear a lot about, well, it's going to devastate the system. It's going to devastate my particular program. But what about the issues that we've identified here? The lack of consistency in training, the lack of a consistent curriculum, the lack of non-traditional candidates to get in. That's what I'm concerned about, understanding that there will be changes. And to your point, to your question, I guess implied question about, well, we should be able to improve. I'm paraphrasing my interpretation of what you said. These outcomes and more standardization. Let me tell you what happens when we do that. When we try to say, if we were to try to say that, because it's happened already as part of this rulemaking process. If we say, we need you to teach exactly this, we hear academic freedom, and you can't tell us to do that. Because Min State has rules on how curriculum is developed and so on. So you can't have it both ways, is what I'm saying. And that's why it's important to separate the degree from the training. And that's all we're doing. We want to get out of your business and we want to focus on our business, which is training police officers and getting them out there.
Trustee Richter?
How many staff, faculty, and students will this affect? How many staff, faculty, and students will this affect if you have a number estimate?
That would be outside of my purview. I don't know. And again, when you say, I just want to qualify, when you say effect, that all depends on what you do with it. There may be programs that decide for a very good financial business reason, they're not going to have a criminal justice program anymore. St. Cloud State just did that under the current system, under PPOE. I understand, and I am fully cognizant, as much as I can be as an outsider of the, that part of your work. So it's hard to tell. All I can tell you is what I mentioned earlier, which is that those states that have this kind of system still have robust criminal justice, police science, and other programs. And the education requirement is still there.
Trustee Richter, in terms of how many programs it will impact, we currently have over 20 professional peace officer education programs that students can sit in to be certified peace officers in the state. There are a little under 2,000 students currently enrolled in those programs, and I can give you those exact number of how many students would be impacted. In terms of faculty, we have faculty that teach in the programs, but we also have adjuncts that would be impacted, and we can get that number to you as well.
Trustee Johnson?
I have a white light. Okay, I'm good. Madam Chair, Mr. Musil, thank you for the presentation. I want to start by saying that I read carefully through all the materials and ended up confused. But I think I've come to some realization of what I think this is about. So we have two, I'll just be simple-minded here. We have two government agencies, Minnesota State Colleges and Universities and the State of Minnesota Post Board, correct? And I'm going to assume that we're both after the same thing, which is the ability to recruit peace officers who are prepared and trained and ready in all of the ways that will keep them safe and that will keep the rest of us safe, correct? Okay, I think it would be naive, however, to think that making this change, and I know we're not making a decision here, would not have some kind of an impact on the Minnesota State Colleges and Universities, which are the points that I think have been made. My background is as a sociologist, closely aligned with criminal justice. Not all students who major in criminal justice programs, at least at the baccalaureate level, which is where my experience is, are interested in being police officers. There are lots of different career routes for those students. But let's just imagine that I'm a student at one of these schools in one of these programs that, if I understood Senior Vice Chancellor Green Stevens correctly, these programs have closely aligned their curriculum with the post-board standards. And so I signed up for this program with the idea that this was going to be a path that would lead me to the outcome that I wanted. Now you make this change, help me understand what the impact is going to be for me as that student who is maybe in the last semester or the almost last semester of their program.
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a good question. And I did not cover it in the presentation because we have limited time, but the answer is that anytime we do rulemaking, and we did this with our regulatory rulemaking last session, there will be a based upon, you know, the information we gathered, data, there will be a cut date. And typically what I see that as is that anybody at the time of the passage of the rules, and again, the language could change because we have to get through, we have to develop that language. Typically, like what we did with the regulatory stuff, is that as of the date the rules passed, anybody who is currently enrolled in a program continues as planned, no changes, and they're allowed to complete their program. So it's a gradual phase out. And then there would be a set date as to when, now going forward, this is the date, this is the new approach. But we definitely do not, and I don't know as much about rulemaking as some. We do not want to have a disparate impact on people who have already invested time and money and effort into it. And quite frankly, we have to give time for the schools themselves, who I assume, and I know talking to a few coordinators, there are more than a few that will not only want to embrace this program that aren't currently doing it, that will, and they'll need time to gear up and get to that point.
I'm sorry,
Sir,
I don't want to seem contentious, but I want to come back again to the first statement, and that is that it would be naive to think that this is not going to have some kind of a negative enrollment impact on Minnesota State colleges and universities. You don't need to respond. It's just I may be entirely wrong, but it seems unreasonable to think that.
I would like to respond. Say that it wouldn't have impact. I say it's going to, there's no question it's going to have an impact. Now, the argument then lies with how big is that impact? What does that actually look like? And my sense of it is well, again, I'm not even going to speculate. There will be impact. There's no question about it. Is it the end of the world? Is it Armageddon? No. And again, I'll just go back to my earlier basis for why we're doing this. And that's the issue that we have right now with the consistency of our training and the product, and we have to address that.
I just like a follow-up to one of your points, that some schools have already entertained the notion of being involved in this post-degree training program for all practical purposes. I'm just going to call it a training program that the post board is going to oversee. Are you planning to provide academic credit for that training program? Yes or no?
So that's a great question. And that is, the best I can tell you is it's to be determined. And here's why. We think it is important, and I've discussed this with board members and others. We think it is important, and this goes to the clear separation question, kind of, that post is not the one that determines credits or your degree programs. We firmly believe that is your bailiwick, that is your world. Now, that leads to, I mentioned there's an option A and B. I'm going to bring that up now. The way we're headed, there's two ways it can go about, where there is a complete clear separation. You get your degrees, whatever, you get whatever degree you want to get. You come into our system, you go through the training program. That's that. The second option, option B, which quite frankly, I think myself and several board members and others prefer, and I think works well in other states, is where a person could go to, for example, let's pick on Hennepin Tech, could go to Hennepin Tech for their 2-year degree program. And then If Hennepin Tech wants to provide this training program, which by the way, again, I didn't get into the nuts and bolts, is Monday through Friday, 40 hours a week for X number of weeks. If they want to provide that program and assign credit to it as part of their overall degree, they could do that. That's option B. And that would be okay by us. But the caveat is you have to run that curriculum. Because that training program, that clear-cut training program is developed specifically on best practices, benchmarks, adult learning, phased training, and so on. But we want to leave that option open. It's not going to be for every school, but there are several schools that are well-positioned, in my opinion, to do exactly that. But it's for the school to set how many credits they want to award for that curriculum when it's developed. That shouldn't be us doing that.
So there might be a population of people who decide to do your training program for no credit. And so from some, who knows who will do that.
Yes, and in fact, those programs that would do that, let's say again, Hennepin Tech has that, they would also have the opportunity, and I don't want to say requirement because we don't know what the rules are going to look like. We don't know if we'll have to even do that, but they would have the opportunity to accept folks that aren't in their degree program that now are ready to go to the academy for whatever reason. Academy, sorry, bad word, I know. Don't burn me.
No,
Thank you, and thank you for coming to meet with us today. I'm trying to listen as you're talking about as to what problems, what is the problem that's trying to be corrected that justifies this sea change, which seems to be a sea change. And I think there's a number of issues, you know, not the smallest one, which is the number of people we need in order to fill needed positions. But you also talked about, besides the high need, the alternative degree approach and non-traditional student. Also the things that I heard you describe in terms of consistency system-wide confuse me, I guess, as well, because I have familiarity with other kinds of programs that require licensure and the various levels of degrees and admission policies that might occur that resolve the issues that you're talking about. As an example would be our accreditation with boards for schools of nursing. And the training of nurses to be able to meet minimum standards of competency is a part of those academic programs within the university or college system. And what allows for the consistency is the requirement by the boards that oversee the accreditation process to clearly define what they, and then when they review for accreditation, that those training systems within the universities and colleges train those nurses in those competencies and capacities and can demonstrate those as a part of their overall curriculum. So that's the vision that I have when I'm listening to you talk about this, because it seems that the issue of consistency lies around a specific set of requirements that nursing boards or the post board require academic institutions to be able to demonstrate that their students can achieve. Then the curriculum, is something that's around that. Their curriculum is designed to make sure that that happens. Otherwise, the board doesn't accredit them. And so to me, some of what you're describing appears to be, if there's a problem of not having our graduates meet these standards, that they shouldn't be accredited. That it's about a process relationship with the universities, that the board be clear about its expectations, and then the university systems have to meet them, and the faculty design the curriculum in order to accomplish that. So I don't understand why that's not what we're addressing, is the clarity of the communication about, and systemization, that there is a absolute expectation that these are the standards throughout the system, everybody meets, and that the board makes sure that the university's curriculums, when you go for accreditation, make sure that every graduate has those competencies. Why is that not the approach, rather than a completely reorganization of who carries out the training process?
So what I hear you saying is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, the post board should be more directive with regard to the curriculum and more forceful with these educational institutions in what we want taught and what the expectation is for the person that comes out of those programs, consistent across the board to get to that point. And that's the approach we should take, is it?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think our language is important here because I understand that there may be sort of push and shove around just what you're describing about curriculum. I heard you report that you felt there was some tension around who controls curriculum. But that would be true in nursing as well. But in order to make sure that the graduates come out of a program, the way that the post board would approach it is not to say, we're going to tell you what your curriculum is, how you do this, but we're going to tell you what the competencies, standards, objectives are, that those students that when we come in and look at your curriculum, we want to make sure that it does what we expect it to do. But each campus, or, it's like nursing schools. Every nursing school must meet basic minimum standards in order to be accredited. They might add other things to their curriculum beyond that, but they must meet the minimum standards. And the board's responsibility is to make sure that that exists in every university or college that's accredited. That's the process. I don't understand why we aren't strengthening that rather than completely changing the system. If that's what we need. Systemization.
There it goes. Well, first off, that's not the only need. You're identifying one piece of what I've identified as the issues. Okay, that's only one piece of it. Secondly, I can tell you that there are people that have been involved in the PPOE system for much, much longer than I have. One of whom reached out to other coordinators and said, this is over many years now, said, we need to get more consistent in what we're doing, how we're teaching, and the objectives we're getting to, or someone's going to do it for us. This person now tells me this is what I expected this to come at some point. So, and I don't know, I'm at a loss. I'm at a bit of a bad position that I don't understand nursing or how they do their thing completely. What I do understand is policing and how it's done in every other state with exception of ours for the most part. And it's not just the consistency, the ability to measure those outcomes is all part of it, but it's not the only thing. And again, you relegate persons who may not have gone to the right school. Again, you're talking about just within Minnesota state system. Okay. What about the person that comes in with a criminal justice program from the University of Minnesota? He's a gopher. Why does he have to take another class and a couple semesters of coursework when he just spent $100,000 at the university getting a 4-year degree? Why does he in fact now have to take additional coursework before he can actually get the hands-on training? So that's part of it as well. It's not just the academic programs. I think if it was simple as that, and frankly, that's not simple, in my opinion, but then that would be, I think, a reasonable approach. But the fact is, and I just go back to, we have built all these end arounds for this system which is just not necessary. And it's complicated, it's confusing for people who get a degree from wherever they come in and they want to be an officer in Minnesota. They can't, they can, but they don't have a clear path, and it's going to cost them more and more money and time. Now, just a recent example, as I was discussing this with some folks from the sheriffs. One guy went to the University of Wisconsin, Madison, 4-year degree in criminal justice. Minnesota guy. He chose Madison for whatever reason. Bad choice, I get it. But he went there. He wants to come back to his home state to be a cop. He ran into, I'm looking at 1.5 years of additional schooling to do this. He went to LA. He went out to California. They trained him. He got his years. He came back on reciprocity. And that is anecdotal, I grant you. Okay. But that is not an uncommon story, I hear. And there are folks that would like to come here and work, but they're faced with that. And there's like, I spent my money on a 4- and 2-year degree. I'm not doing this again. I'll go work somewhere else. I'll go work in Wisconsin or elsewhere, and then I'll come back.
I'll just follow up on that. You don't need, I don't think you need to understand nursing. I was just trying to say that this process of having a standardized competency level is required in nursing practice, medical practice, many, many different places that require licensing. And there is a system by which the boards take the responsibility for holding the educational programs to meeting those standards without saying well, we use the word curriculum. You design the curriculum, but it has to, as a result of it, have these outcomes. We can measure them. You can measure them. When we accredit you, we want to make sure they have to pass the exam. It also, in Minnesota, we have processes in nursing and other professions where we have to look at transfers in who want to be licensed in nursing. And there are many different situations like you're exactly describing, that even licensed in other states have to have their license approved by the Board of Nursing before they can practice here, because we want to make sure that our peace officers or our nurses meet a minimum standard. So that's the process, and it's built already. The model, I think, is in place already in other licensed and standardization degrees that could avoid the necessity for a major sea change. And I just
Thank you, Chair Teffer. Thank you, Mr. Missel, for your testimony and bringing to light some very interesting ideas. In looking at the minutes of your board meetings, there's a process in there, and I don't know if it's routine or what, for variances. Would you? I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong now, I'm assuming what the board does is look at the training and background of people, maybe from another state or whatever, and then you make a decision. Could you describe that process for me? Thank you.
Yeah, so very briefly, all licensing boards under state statute, if you receive a request for a variance, you have to entertain it. And you have a certain amount of days to address it. Variances have come up a lot more. I've been with Post 7 years. And the first 3 years, we didn't see a lot of variances. We are seeing a lot more. And they range from everything from, yes, I got my 4-year degree in Ireland, but it's recognized as accredited, And now, while our rules don't explicitly say, because it talks about regionally accredited and so on, for terms of your degree. Then they have to come and say, this is recognized by United States standards, blah, blah, blah. Would you accept this as meeting the degree requirement? Not the PPOE, not the training requirement. So those folks, for example, and that's an actual example where they approved, they said, yes, you have a 4-year degree. It's reasonably close, you can go into skills and take the exam. What's interesting about that, you've noticed the variances. We had 9 of them or 10 of them. The last board meeting, it's probably the one you looked at. That was one of our worst. That in fact has become an issue for the board. And we are also addressing that in rulemaking because our rules, quite frankly, many of them are so poorly written and vague that we need to lock those down so we can avoid this confusion and the issue with variances. Now, they'll never go away, but that in fact is part and parcel of this whole effort. The Post has done a lot. And I just want to emphasize that this board has worked really, really hard. And we have worked really, really hard to be responsive to community and to our constituents that are out there. And that means rulemaking. And that first it was the accountability things that happened, rules that happened. And now we're tackling much more in training. So it's all connected. I believe in systems, and these are all connected within the system.
Thank you for that. I would like to have President Boyd make a comment before, and then our last comment will come.
Thank you, Eric, for being here. Question. So one is the Minnesota State Chiefs signed off on this. And I guess for the funding question, not only for them, because then one of the chiefs I talked to, they don't have it in their budgets right now to hire and then pay for that training. And then also the impact on students and that they use financial aid to pay for these programs through the Minnesota Promise. So now how would students be expected to get their degree and then pay for that additional training?
Okay, so first off, nobody signed off on anything because there's nothing to sign off on. We're in the process of developing the rule. With the Chiefs, I'll be talking to their board Thursday, actually, talking to the sheriffs in early December. But I can tell you, I've had multiple conversations about this and about our current system. And there is a generalized and broad agreement that it needs to change. We need to make it more efficient. There needs to be a clear path for folks. With regard to the financial aid bit, there's no question that may be an issue for some. And there again, and we are very aware of out-state agencies and chiefs I've talked to that can't afford to do that. And that's where, again, I am hopeful that we can maintain the level of funding or in fact increase it that the state has already committed to a program like IC Poet. They have seen the need to do that, and we would anticipate that would continue to go forward. Now the economy goes in the dump. Obviously, all bets are off. And then I'll just close by saying other states who, again, run this every day. It's happening right now. This system is up and running every day in other states. Those folks go to full-time training and they find a way to do it. Some may work part-time on the weekends. Many are covered by their agency. Many are covered by additional state funding. There is a way. It is different, but there is a way.
Well, I guess just the funding again, I understand, and I think if you legislate, I mean, it is paid for financial aid. So I think students are funded when they go through our programs, financial aid, and they have that post part. So now you're going to have to pull that separate, which I think would be concerning.
Not only is President Boyd a president, he's a former police officer.
And I did the California model. Got my associate's degree, went to the academy. So I had to work a 32-hour job on top of that to pay for it myself. So it is a burden on students.
You never know who you're speaking to. Last comment, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things is missing in my knowledge. I sat on Pelsby before it was Pelsby. So very familiar with what you're talking about. And also helped create content area exam. My area was world languages, as well as the teacher exams. In our discussion about preparation, my question is, how many of our students are failing the exam? Which seems to me to be a standard for competency. Am I misunderstanding that? And do you have data on how many of our students are failing to pass?
We do have exact numbers. Those are in our biennial reports going back. Passage rate is about 82% right now. But I would just offer that the exam itself is a very, very basic minimum standard. It's written to a 10th grade level, quite frankly. And it's only one piece. And it's less about the exam than it is that, as I mentioned earlier, and I'm not trying to be crass, but the product that we are delivering to agencies is inconsistently trained. They're all over the map on what they know, what they don't know, how they do things. And I get it. I think I know where you're headed. Well, you know what? I won't guess where you're headed. You know, the exam could be probably adjusted to try and capture more of that. I don't know. We do update it based on learning objectives. But that's only one piece of the puzzle in my take.
Thank you. I imagine this is the end of it, so I wanted to give you all a little history lesson. I voted for the Post Board back in the 70s. My brother was the chief author. My brother Don Moe was the chief author to create the Post Board. He collaborated with a senator, Bill McCutcheon, and Bill McCutcheon, after he left the Senate, became the chief of police in St. Paul. And so the two of them were the creators of the Post Board. Then that dates back into the 1970s. So just a bit of history, and to brag about my brother. So.
Thank you. We tried very much to do our homework. We very much appreciate this. I think that you can see, we are a public serving board whose work tends not to be widely understood and who work relentlessly for the good and welfare of the people of Minnesota. I have also been to more than one graduation where our peace officers have been graduated, and it's as cheerful and as exciting as it is for nursing. I also have a license in nursing for over 50 years. I see striking parallels between the history of nurses. And I will add that anyone who's ever had a life-saving event and they are in an intensive care unit and they are afraid and they are worried needs to trust, just like a peace officer and the only times I have ever connected with peace officers are in some of the most horrible situations in my entire life. And I always see them as saviors, just as you may see a nurse. But I do really hope that you will take some of the conversation of my revered friend, Trustee Sharon, who is also a registered nurse, and look very carefully at the fact that the Minnesota Board of Nursing is the final arbiter of many things, and they have things that are called Minnesota Board abilities. Anyone in here who knows about nursing knows how hair on fire the faculty are about this. They practically highlight them. If a new person comes in, the first thing they do is they take them into an office and say, all right, you have to understand, these are the Board of Nursing can walk in any moment to any nursing program. Those things are solid. We do the same thing. We bring people in from disparate kinds of education. We bring people in from other academic fields to go right through a DNP program and become a doctor of nursing practice in one of our universities. I think that nursing has, if anything, they have more or less broken the code on this. And we have been doing it forever. Back when my mother was trained as a nurse before World War II. It was the kind of education you're describing with the post-board taking of the training. They were called schools of nursing, and the nursing programs were designed for an individual hospital. And they trained people, as my mother was trained for 3 years, got out of school without a single college credit. That was the way it was. It's not that way anymore. Nursing has frighteningly, or with a great deal of courage, run the very same track that you are on in peace officer education. I really hope that you will take a bit of time to contact people in the Minnesota Board of Nursing and just have a conversation about how they've managed to traverse this. So if there's no other comments or questions, this committee is adjourned. Am I right? And I know we're late.
May I close? May I close with a brief comment? May I close? Okay. Thank you all for having me here. I know this is a tough conversation. I know this is a sea change. I just want to emphasize we're exactly what you talked about. We are concerned about the profession. We want to make sure that it is the best it can be and that we're providing the maximum opportunity. So that's our goal. That's our final approach on it. So thank you all. I appreciate it very much.
All right, we're past time. Sorry, I don't know what the chair said. I wasn't in the room, but we were supposed to start at 10:45. So we're gonna start. I'll get it. All right, I'm gonna call to order the audit committee. And sorry if you were told you could come in later, but I'm following the timed agenda here. As people roll in, the primary focus of our meeting today is, and can everyone hear me? Because I don't think these mics are very loud. Is the review and release of the audited financial statements. And we're also going to hear a presentation on trends in higher education. I want to welcome our presidential liaisons. President Downs of MSU Moorhead, welcome. Is President Burnt here? No, okay, he won't be here today. The first item is to call attendance for the committee. There are 5 of us. Trustee Grabowska.
Here. I'd move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Audit Officer Amy Jorgensen to do a quick review of the FY 2025 committee work plan and status of
Right. Thank you, Chair Erlinson, members of the committee. So in your materials, we did have the fiscal 2025 board committee work plan that shows a number of presentations that we'll be making throughout fiscal year 2025. I do just want everybody to be mindful that, you know, the audit plan as well as presentation schedules can be fluid depending on how the work is going. So there may be some presentations we might do earlier than what we have in the plan. There might be some that might be later. But we do have everything that was on our fiscal 2025 audit plan is encompassed here. And so I'll open it for any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions about the work plan? Thank you for the nice graphic on it. All right, seeing none, I think we can move on to the next item of business, which is to review the audit results and approve the release of the audited financial statements and the federal student financial aid audit. So I will welcome, I see Vice Chancellor Mackey's already here, and welcome the CLA team. Yeah.
Come on up. I'll just make a few introductory remarks while CLA is getting seated. So for the 3rd year in a row, I'm very pleased to report on our annual financial statement and single audit work. Despite all the black at the table, it actually was really good results this year, actually better than even what we anticipated. I know a year ago, we were talking, especially with Brenda, about the likelihood of being able to report on single audit results at this time of year because of the FAFSA delays and things like that. However, things went better than we planned. And so we are able to report on both the financial statement and the single audit results this time, which are good both in terms of the audit results. And also, I think you'll hear some good news about the numbers in our financial statements for fiscal year 2024. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Don Loberg from Clifton Larson Allen to discuss the audit results.
There we go. Are we good now? Well, it's always exciting to have a moment to talk to auditors, isn't it? I'm going to echo what Amy said, and that is, you know, you start planning this job literally in February, March, and we don't know what we're going to get. We don't know how prepared people are going to be, and quite frankly, there's some sort of ERP system that you're changing. So let's just add that to the mix and maybe some turnover. And you have to deal with 33 different institutions to draw information from. So as we open up that, I'll call it the present of an audit, and you try to figure out what's going to happen with this. We're holding our breath, hoping things go well. I can tell you, as Amy said, we're sitting here today. Yes, we're in black. This is not a funeral, but if you notice, we're pretty relaxed. And when you see a relaxed auditor, you can almost assure you're going to have a great presentation. We've been done for a while, which is not something that we could say the last 5 years, partially because of COVID, but partially because of everything else going on. But today we're sitting here with what I think 4 different services that we're providing you, and they're done. So let me talk about the agenda. There we go. I'll talk about the scope of assurance engagement, so you know what we did. And then I'm going to turn it over to Chris. He's going to give you the results on the financial statements. And then Brenda will talk about the federal audit awards, which all of this is kind of fun. So the scope's really simple. We have 4 financial statement audits, or 3 financial statement audits and 2 compliance type services. So the financial statement for the system wide, that's number 1. The revenue fund, we do an audit of the financial statements there. Minnesota North, Itasca Student Housing, which is a very small audit, but it's required by debt. And then obviously you are dependent on financial aid from the federal government. We do a compliance audit, which covers about 600 regulations you have to follow. And then finally, you have Perkins loans that have sunsetted for years, and you're closing those out. The first 4 are what we're going to talk about today. So let's talk about the exciting results. Chris?
Thank you very much, Don. So I'm going to go through the financial statement. We'll get this figured out. So I'm going to go through the financial statement results for the system-wide audit, the revenue fund, and Minnesota North Itasca Student Housing. The nice part to be able to report here, you can see it all in one slide, the same results in all of them. An unmodified or a clean audit opinion, that's the highest level of assurance that you can receive. And then no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies. So very positive results, especially given everything going on since July 1 with the transition over to Workday. Everybody's time was divided between trying to work through Workday and getting that going in live, and then replying back to the pesky auditors, trying to get through everything in the old financial system. So very much kudos to everybody on the financial reporting team and everybody throughout the system that's been answering questions for us for the last several months. And then the other piece I'm going to talk about is just the governance communication letter. So this is the formal communications that us as the external auditors are required to provide you. And really what this is, gives you just a high level summary of some of the key points of the audit process. 1, let you know if we had any changes in audit scope. This year, we had nothing significant that impacted the financial statement audit. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board, or the GASB board, was pretty quiet in the grand scheme of how things have gone over the last several years. So it gave everybody on the financial reporting team at Minnesota State kind of a reprieve for the year. There was just one real minor standard that impacted, actually I should say, didn't impact the statements at all this year. So very much a nice one there. The letter would also let you know if we had difficulties, disagreements, anything like that that we wanted to report. And that's something I classify under no news is good news, because you'd know about it before a public meeting. That's how I look at that. And then a reminder that we look at the estimates. We'd let you know if we had identified any management bias or anything else in those calculations, which we didn't. So really what it comes down to at the end of the day is very light year on the governmental accounting standards. There's more coming down the pipeline. The nice thing though is the financial reporting team, Bill Matadi and everybody are starting to look at those and figure out how they're going to impact the financial statements in the next couple of years as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Brenda to go through the federal awards results.
All right, thanks, Chris. So for the federal awards, we are issuing an unqualified opinion, which is a clean opinion. So it's the highest level of assurance that we can provide. If in your packets, you probably identified that there was 3 findings, and I know it's uncomfortable to have a finding, but this year it's especially impressive because you have to think about, as Amy mentioned, the FAFSA delay. So the student financial aid directors, their work was really condensed in a smaller period of time, and to come out with only 3 findings is pretty impressive. And what even better is that there was no monies that have to be returned to the Department of Education. So it's more just reporting items that have to be complied with. And with these items, there are some time delays with it. And because of that, that's where the findings came into play. But the 3 findings that you did have, these are probably the most common findings that we see in our client base. And all of them are nothing that the Department of Education is going to kind of raise red flags with them. So it's things that you need to clean up,
but again, nothing that's egregious. And overall, very good financial results with the financial aid, given all of the things that are the hurdles that the department has had to kind of encounter this year. Next steps, we do have to get our final CFA, but our files have been through our second review, so we're ready to issue. As soon as we get those final numbers, we'll be able to go ahead and proceed forward. So again, great job. And then that ends our presentation. So thank you.
I'm just gonna close it with, I've sat on boards for years. And if I was sitting in your chairs, you wanna know, are people doing the right thing? Are they vested? And are they moving the organization forward? The fact that we don't have material weaknesses, we have, common federal findings and the audit's done, all of the audits are done. You should be pretty proud of the group that you're I would say guiding. So we appreciate the work, but quite frankly, these guys hit it out of the park this year.
Thank you, CLA, for your presentation. We appreciate it. Just so the board knows, we did have a chance to talk with all of the members of the audit committee in depth about the results of the financial statements. So thank you to those audit committee members that were in attendance. What we also want to do before we take do the motion for approval of the financial statements is just to give the rest of you some more flavor about what's in those financial statements, what some of the good things are, what some of the opportunities are. And so Vice Chancellor Mackey is going to walk us through some of the highlights from the financial statements.
Chair Erlinson, trustees, I'm joined today by Matadi Popov, who's our System Director for Financial Reporting. And Matadi's been with us for just over 20 years and has been an integral part of making sure our financial statements are solid each and every year. We've had this unmodified opinion going back to 2002, and I believe he's been here for nearly all of those occurrences. Recently, Matadi was named the permanent System Director for Financial Reporting. We had a long-time person retire in August of 2023 and was really appreciative that Matadi was willing to take on the interim role. And this past summer, we went through a search process and Matadi emerged. So I'm very grateful for his leadership, and he will do the lion's share of the presentation today. Last year, while he was interim, he was scheduled to do the presentation and he claimed he got a flat tire by Faribault on the way to Mankato. I still haven't been able to completely validate that, but he still emerged from the search. So I'm really glad that he's sitting to my right today, especially after last year. I do want to take the opportunity to also provide some thank yous. Each and every year is different. The results have been consistent. But I certainly and others do not take this work for granted. It takes many from the colleges and universities and many from the system office team to make this all happen. So I want to, provide my thanks to the system office team, Barb, Amanda, and Jeff, who have been our veterans in this area for a long time. Some of our newer staff, and when I say newer, sometime in the last 5 to 7 years, Jake, Lisa, Zach, and Tawaka, who provided all the leadership in making sure these financial statements are where they need to be. I also want to thank the partnership we have with Amy and Melissa and internal auditing, as well as with the CLA team. This is a heavily orchestrated effort that takes place over several months with a lot of careful and deliberate planning. And it is exceptional with everything that's happened with the implementation of Workday and ongoing to get the stabilization, that we were still able to get the results that we got to today with all that was happening this summer. I want to start by just touching at a really high level. And you mentioned the summary of the overall results, and I do want to acknowledge we have the system-wide audit, which includes all of our system-wide activities, of course. The Revenue Fund and the Minnesota North Itasca are required audits that are, because of the financing, that are segments of our system-wide audit. And in particularly the Minnesota North Itasca campus audit. Last year, we did have some issues with that and a significant deficiency, and we saw improvement. And as the auditors mentioned, we had a clean audit this year. And I do want to acknowledge, besides the implementation of Workday, the team at Minnesota North did an exceptional job of getting things ready amidst the CFO transition that also occurred over the summer. So really appreciate that good work. And we're getting close to the end of having to do this audit. The bonds are almost paid off. So this could be the last time, or certainly one of the last times that this audit will be separate. Our overall financial position is improved from the prior year, both at the system-wide level and with the revenue fund. We have the pension GASBs 68 and 75. There is a white paper that's included in onboard, and we did talk a bit more in detail with this with the audit committee members, and Matadi will explain some more information related to that. I do want to note that the financial statements are different than the budget updates that we give, and that might be stating the obvious, but just want to highlight on some of the differences because we are talking more about budget updates during the course of the year, and I will be talking about one this afternoon. And some of the differences are between full accrual and budgetary accounting is revenue recognition. We're generally budgetarily, we're on a cash basis. With financial statements, it's earned, so there's accounts receivable, and it's a full accrual accounting. We recognize depreciation expense in our financial statements. We recognize expenses when they're incurred, whether they're paid or not. So we have payables that are due as of the end of the fiscal year. We have compensated absences that are earned but are not paid out, that aren't generally are not part of the budget. So everybody's sick leave balances, everybody's vacation balances and such, those become part of our financial statements as obligations that we have in the long term, but are not part of the conversation when we're talking about budgets. So overall, the results, and I'm just going to hit upon two things. Matadi is going to cover more bullets 2 and 4. But if there's two things I can say about our financial statements and why our results improved. The first one is the historic state investment in fiscal year 24. Our state appropriation went up 21% or 167 million from fiscal year 23 to 24, and that had a significant influence on our financial results. The second one is that our enrollment increased in fiscal year 24 from fiscal year 23 by 2.5% on a full year equivalent basis. This is our first annual enrollment increase since fiscal year 2011. So this had an impact throughout our statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. More students, generally more revenue. So those are probably the two main factors and threads throughout our financial statement that improved our position. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matadi to walk through the next few slides of providing highlights of our overall results, and then I'll come back and close with some closing comments as well as a brief overview of the revenue fund results.
Good morning. So starting with the first few slides, again, as Bill mentioned, as in prior years, we'll go over the statements excluding the effects of GASB 68 and 75. The impact of those two GASB statements is pretty significant every year. The impact on the income statement from those GASB is also significant, particularly on the operating expenses. Prevents us from really doing a good comparison between years to see how expenses have changed due to operations. Quick primer on what those two GASBs are related to. The GASB 68, that's the larger one, is related to defined benefit pensions, and the actuarial calculated liability represents Minnesota State's portion of the unfunded liability of the various pension plans. GASB 75, which has a noticeably smaller impact on our statements, represents liability related to the implied subsidy retirees get when they remain participating in our health plan, because they're paying based on rates that are determined based on the average age of the participants in that plan. So again, less of an impact compared to GASB 68, but still significant enough to mention here. As you can see on the slide, there's additionally to the liability, there's also deferred inflows and outflows. Those are also part of the GASB calculations. They represent certain changes to our liability in prior years that were determined to be too significant to run through our income statement in just 1 year. So they get deferred to future years and get recognized in multiple future years. The liabilities, the deferred inflows and the deferred outflows. And on the very bottom, you can.
Trustee Sol has a question. Sorry, Trustee Sol has.
You know, we talk about GASB every year, but it's a good refresher. So this is the unfunded pension liability for Minnesota state workers that is managed by someone else. And to the extent it's not funded, it has to be accounted for in our financial statements.
Yes, that's correct. And before the GASB came into effect, a lot of that was reflected in our footnotes. So it wasn't, you know, they haven't determined that the amount was easily determinable. So the actuaries now come up with an estimate that is considered definite enough that it can go on the balance sheet versus just having a disclosure in the notes. Any other questions?
Keep going and we'll do the questions at the end.
Looking at the net effect on our net position on the slide, that's the two numbers on the bottom for both fiscal year 24 and 23. We have a downward impact of $363 million in fiscal year 24, and we have a downward impact of $395 million in fiscal year 23. So there is an improvement that we see there, and the difference is about $30+ million between 24 and 23. To put that in perspective, the fiscal year 24 amount of $363 million, you can see it on this slide as well, represents about 45% of our net position, unrestricted net position balance without the effects of GASB. So that's pretty high percentage. Going back to 23, you see the $395 million, that represents about 52%. So very, very significant impact on our net position as a whole and the balance sheet. The current change between years is $33 million. You can see that in the very right column. But in some per years, that change has been a lot more significant. For example, last year, that was about $148 million. So even the change between years can be pretty volatile, and that has an impact on our income statement. So looking at that change, this is the effect on the income statement. We have our salaries and benefits expense. This is our largest expense related to compensation. And this is where the change between years of the liabilities related to the GASB is reflected. So in fiscal 24 is $33 million. In fiscal 23 is $148 million. It's worth noting that the difference of $116 million shows up as, it reflects about 10% increase to our compensation expense. So if you look at our income statement, 10% of the change is related to the GASBs. Now, if you remove that $116 million, if you look at our salaries and benefits change between years without the effect of the GASBs, the number is $64 million. That's on the very bottom on the right column. And that number is about 4.5%, as Bill mentioned, increase versus the prior year. And it tracks pretty closely with bargaining unit rate increases. So that really does represent our operations and is helpful to a user of the financial statements. So this is why we exclude the effects of the GASBs. Now, I'll be looking at revenues before expenses, and the two GASBs I just talked about are not reflected in the revenues. That only has impact on our salaries expense, which is on the expense slide. So looking at our revenues, You can see the state appropriation and tuition and fees are our largest revenues, just as in prior years. It is worth mentioning that tuition and fees is net of scholarship allowance. What that means is that any tuition and fees that were paid with federal or state grants, they don't show as tuition revenue, they show up as grant revenue on that slide. Therefore, you see that the third biggest slice on the slide is grant revenue. Looking at just state appropriation, tuition fees. Of our revenues, and that represents about 92%. Other notable revenues, but now we're going really low at 4%. There is the restricted student payments that represents the revenue fund revenues. And then the next one at 2% is capital appropriation, and that represents any bonding funds we get from the state that we are not liable and we don't have to repay. So,
Matati, can I interrupt for a second? I didn't quite hear you. On the grant slice there, did you say that's where federal, like Pell grants go? Is that what that, okay. Versus, so we don't split out grants that might fund research or other things. This is all grants. Okay.
yes, and the Pell Grant is kind of the biggest example where, you know, from a user perspective, you would expect to see that as tuition fees. I mean, it is Pell Grants paying for tuition fees. So, you know, some users would expect to see that in that tuition fees. So it's worth mentioning when we look at our tuition fees, particularly when you look at change in enrollment between years. It's not going to be just the blue one, that's tuition fees, that's going to grow, but also the grants one is going to grow because it represents the Pell Grants, for example, that pay for tuition fees. Any other questions?
Trustee Teffer?
Thank you. Just to follow up, because just as trustee Erlandson was suggesting, I looked at grants and I thought of grants. I thought of, I'm not suggesting we have NIH grants, but I'm thinking of big federal grants. We have none. We have no other kinds of grants that show up on this pie.
We do, but the biggest portion will track closely with the PALs on the federal side. The state ones also would be financial aid related. So I'm generalizing when I'm saying it's all going to be part of it, but the portion you refer to is a small portion of our grants. So a quick note on the HERF funds. I know in the past we've had a bit more slides on this, but you can see on this slide back in 2021 and 2022, we had significant help from those funds, 162 million in 21, 329 million in 22. You could see that start to drop. Last year was 68 million. It is worth noting that the drop from the 328 to the 68 million did have a negative impact on our statements last year. Our enrollment was not recovering at the same pace as we're losing HERF funds. So once we get to looking at the operating margin and compare it to prior year, that's going to be pretty obvious there. You could see that in 2024, we're down to just 6 million. So they're pretty much phased out. And we are lucky, as Bill Mackey mentioned, that we are seeing a rebound on our enrollment to offset some of those. So in the past, we've had multiple slides. I think this is probably the last time we're going to have a slide on the HERF funds. Switching to the operating expenses, there are two different pie charts. This one is based on natural classification. You could see that salaries and benefits is our biggest expense. It's about 1.5 billion, and that's about 69% of total expenses. Last year, fiscal 23, that percentage was about 67% of total expense. So generally speaking, compensation always accounts for more than 2/3 of our expenses, and it's always going to be by far the biggest driver of our expenses.
Matati, can I ask a question about this chart? So the pension liability that so once people retire, we have to pay them their pension. So they're no longer doing their work. Is that in the blue salary and benefit, or where does that live?
Yeah, any payments that we have not paid at 6/30 that are due to any retirees would be in the salaries and benefits.
Can you tell me what percent of that blue thing is retirees versus active employees?
Chair Erlinson, if I understand the question correctly, pension payments to retired employees are not part of our salaries and benefits. Those are part of the TRA and PARA and MSRS. So I think what Matati is referring to, those would be outstanding severance payments or others at the end of the year for someone that retired. So that's not part of our financial picture.
And just to kind of finish answering, based on what Bill said, the severance pay and such, those are very small amounts within that because it's just a timing thing. Anybody that retires at 6/30 that is getting some payments due. So, any other questions? One more item I wanted to mention on this slide. You can see the second highest expense is purchase services. It's at about 12% of total expense. That percent was very close at 13% last year. Again, it's a distant second, but it does have an impact as it is over 10%. Usually always tends to be the second largest, but with the Workday implementation, there is some costs that we've been seeing to drive that number a bit higher. And we don't anticipate that would change in future years with the student implementation of Workday. So looking at the functional classification of expenses, this is really total expenses are the same. It's just different categorization of expenses. We see that instruction is our largest one. That's 42% and about 910 million. When you look at the instruction portion, student services portion, and the academic support portion, all those are considered student-related expenses. That gets us to about 71% of total expenses. So student-related expenses is about 71% this year, very close last year, about 72%. So very comparable to prior years, and it's over 2/3 of our expenses, which is a good place to be.
Matati, can I ask a question about this? And it might be something Don Loberg can answer. Is this a normal, what it looks like for a lot of institutions like our 2- and 4-year institutions?
I would say it's pretty identical. When you look at college universities, I mean, who's there? It's faculty and behind the scenes people. Now, if you built a model that had more online schooling, your payroll decreases. It goes into technology and other types of expenses. So there is a shift that you're seeing in the industry because you're seeing more online, and especially with, you know, Purdue buying Kaplan and Phoenix going to Idaho, you are seeing some of that shift. But for the most part, your number one expense is payroll. If you're trying to business model, you're business modeling based on people. Does that help?
It does. What I'm particularly interested is in the gray academic relative to the academic support and the student services. Those two, that's 29% to sort of help students that isn't directly in classroom, if I understand that. Is that ratio pretty normal as well?
You have to remember, you also have dorms and other types of activities that people are helping with services or activities. And the one thing I'm going to give you kudos is your ability to serve individuals, like first gen individuals, and make it through the system. You're a bit of a unicorn when it comes to that in Minnesota. And that's something you got to celebrate, that you have people that are supporting individuals that may have never thought about going to college and now they are. And a first gen student trying to get through college with no support, impossible. Your college builds that support. So if you think about those percentages and think about what your mission is and what you're trying to accomplish, I don't see those percentages being out of whack. Does that make sense?
Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thanks, Chair Linson. I wanted to add one comment related to this chart. This is typically information that's reported through the IPEDS process to the federal government, and it's each college and university has slightly their own breakdown of how these expenses are broken out. And I believe many colleges and universities use this information to help with their planning. And as they look at, making investments or budget adjustments, as well as getting reports every year on a national basis to look at what similar institutions are across the country. There's peer reports that are shared related to this data. So it has a pretty significant purpose besides just being part of our financial statements.
So getting to the final slide, I will go through. Looking at our revenues, looking at our expenses, we get to the operating margin. We have an operating margin for the year equaling about 30 million gain. You can see that in column 2 on your screen on the very bottom. All the components that feed into that total are above it. This contrasts to a loss of 87 million in fiscal year 23. And you can see that in the very right column on the very bottom. Back in 23, the loss of HERF funds was not compensated by increasing enrollment at the same pace, thus resulting in that loss. In fiscal year 2024, the largest driver of the improvement from loss to a gain is actually the increase to our state appropriation. That increase is 167 million. You can see that as the difference between the $958 million in the first 2 columns and the 791 million in the second 2 columns, and represents about 21% increase to our state appropriation. This increase is more than enough to offset the phasing off of our HERF funds, more than enough to offset the increase of 4.5% to our biggest expense, compensation, to result in that 30 million profit margin. It is worth noting that we expect that our state appropriation next year would be lower, maybe about 30 million versus this year. And this is due to receiving a one-time operational support funds of 50 million in fiscal 24 that won't be there in fiscal 25. However, it would still be a healthier state appropriation than fiscal year 23. So we're hoping with the increase in enrollment that we're seeing happening in fiscal year 2025 to offset that slight reduction. So we're hoping that next year we'll be looking at a similar positive operating margin. With this, I conclude my presentation. Any questions?
Back to you, Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Chair Linson, yes, I just have 2 slides to wrap this up. I know you're going to be hearing a lot from me today. Wanted to just spend a moment talking about the revenue fund results this year. This is, of course, an area that we report regularly to S&P Global Ratings as well as Moody's, and actually have a report due at the end of this month. And our financial picture in the revenue fund has continued to improve as enrollment has improved. So I just want to point out a couple numbers on this chart. One is the difference between student revenue net in fiscal 23 to 24. That number has increased. It's driven heavily by the residential life occupancy at the 6 state universities. That's about over 70% of the activity is room and board at the universities, and then the overall enrollment changes, which has a direct impact on other types of fees. Just to put some context around it, so the 106 million for fiscal year 24, we're still striving to get to where we were pre-pandemic. So in fiscal year 2019, we had $114 million in student revenue net. So as our enrollment improves, and which it is for fiscal year 25, that number is starting to come back to where it was pre-pandemic. In addition, with the overall results, and this, we're looking at the more or less the income statement here, but on the balance sheet, we have not issued new debt out of the revenue fund since 2017, and we've done some refunding and refinancing of bonds a couple different times since then. So our ratios have improved over that time because we've been paying down our debt about $100 million using, again, FY 2019 as a benchmark year. So I just wanted to touch a little bit about that, because this is a fairly visible part of our financial statements externally. I guess one other piece I'd point out is this part of the operation too has a different split of expenditures. So you'll notice compensation, it's almost flipped to what the system-wide financial statements are. Most of our expenditures are non-compensation, which more or less is taking care of the facilities that are part of the revenue fund, as well as a significant portion of purchase services, which is primarily paying food service vendors that we're partners of in the residential life space. And lastly, I think as we've indicated, our overall long-term financial condition has been relatively stable over the past several years. We've had our, variances for various reasons. One of them typically in the even numbered fiscal years, our state appropriation is more than the odd fiscal years. So that tends to be a boost, but hopefully now if enrollment continues on the current trends, that will help stabilize our revenue. Some of the next steps that we have is we'll come back in January in the Finance and Facilities Committee and talk more about specific colleges and universities. We will take the results, and there's an unaudited portion of our financial report, which details essentially the balance sheet and the income statement for our 26 colleges and our 7 universities, as well as the system office and system-wide activities. And we'll take that data and run it through our system procedure, which has financial health indicators, and report back to the Finance and Facilities Committee in January with some more specific information at a high level. And we'll get it more into what CFI, the Composite Finance Index at that time. But overall for fiscal 23 to fiscal 24, our CFI improved from 2.26 to 3.62. So again, another indicator of the improvement in our financial health. And each of our colleges and universities has slightly different stories related to that, but we'll talk more about that when we talk about the financial indicators in January. So that does conclude the remarks that Matati and I had related to results. So we'd stand for any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you all. Trustee Johnson, go ahead. We have about 10 minutes, so
I'm not on the committee. I have to learn my protocol. I apologize.
I think we all do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I have to just say that I don't really speak this language, so I'm trying hard to understand. Somewhere in the pie graphs and in the charts that you presented, is there an indication of what % of student scholarships come from the college and university foundations? Where would that be accounted for? And could you give us some idea of how that factors into whatever you would call it, student support or grants. Thank you.
Chair Erlinson, Trustee Johnson, I'll start the response and then Matati can fill in some of the gaps. There's a couple different parts where it's reflected in the financial statements. The 7 university foundations are component units of our system-wide financial statements. So there is information related to their statements of revenue and expenses and changes in that position, as well as their within the financial statements. And you can see from that information the amount of funding that is used from the foundations for scholarships. Within our system-wide financial statements, there is in the notes how the scholarship allowance is calculated with the various financial aid forms. And I don't know off the top of my head, does that break down the various types of financial aid between state, federal, and private?
It does not. However, I guess looking at the pie charts, the grant pie section would have that in there. So as Bill said, we can see our universities foundations. They're published discreetly, presented as part of our published packet. But when they pass on the funds to the school, it would show up as a grant revenue, and then it would exit out if it either gets applied to tuition fees, etc. If there is excess, would exit out and show up as a financial aid expense going out as a check to a student.
Trustee Hipsch.
Well, first off, just want to thank the entire team for a great audit, both to the internal system office team, all the campuses, and to CLA for the great work. As we started out, the initial comment is like, boy, this went really, really well, and moved through it. And my question is are there things that were unique in this year that we should learn from that would help us make sure we're setting it up for good success in future years? And then the one that comes to mind for me is, I know with the change for Workday and getting everything, there was a lot of work done to have the books as tied up as possible before you got to the June 30th date. So a lot of pre-work, so it was clean on that on the end of the fiscal year. Whereas many years that kind of go and spreads into July, August sometimes. Are there insights that we should reflect on from this year that can help us for future years? And that's open to whomever wants to take that one.
I'll start and then Bill can add on. I think from our perspective, our expectation for this year's audit was that it's a transitional year. We're moving to a new software. Most of the data was still coming from our legacy ISRS software. However, as you mentioned, there is a lot of transactions occurring after July 1st that we have to bring in because it's an accrual basis, and that data came from Workday. So it was a transitional year that started to introduce the financial reporting staff to the complexities of Workday, particularly when we are getting that accrual data from Workday. What we've learned is that we have to start really early. I would say come January, we need to get in Workday and start to get comfortable with the data, how the data flows and works within Workday versus our legacy system that we've been using for years, and get there earlier than end of May, end of June, as far as preparing for next year's audit. Because I think next year's audit would be really where the challenge lies for us.
We've had several conversations, whether it's Bill, Amy, Matati, and others. I don't know if it's learning from this year as much as looking forward as we are doing the audit and thinking about the I would say the massive shift from a homegrown system where you have to pull information to get to anything, plus campuses a little less, having a little less transparency to financial information, to a system that is open to use for us and for internal folks. We do a lot of audits with Workday, and you're moving into that system. I think Matati's right on the mark that we've already talked about starting early, talking often, and really helping each of us understand what capabilities you built into Workday, which we've already kind of started. But the pain in the first year is understanding the controls that you have, that you've changed. That's going to be some pain, even though manual systems or manual activities that you've done aren't going to change much. Your controls are going to change, and we're going to have to get our arms around that. So we're probably going to start the audit way earlier than we ever have. Plus the ease of us being able to draw information without sitting there asking over and over again for certain campuses or certain information, and we can't get it. Man, we literally were waiting for invoices from some of the campuses until 2-3 weeks ago. And we're not saying the campuses were doing a bad job. They're hurting for people. So they're doing what they can to stay in business and keep going, plus handle the audit. Some of that goes away with your new system. So when I look at it, there are some learning things or what we've learned, and that is communication's key to this transition. Thinking early and often about the shift we're going to go through. And then we're going to have to start early to make sure that we're staying on top of the audits. We're here next year, as I said before, relaxed and ready to issue. Does that help?
Amy?
I'd also like to remind the committee that as part of the fiscal 25 audit work plan, internal audit is also doing some early work in Workday to look at internal controls, potential things that may go wrong. And so we're trying to do all of that in partnership with the finance team and then with the external auditors as well. So there's another layer of assurance there.
Okay, we have about 5 minutes left. I have a couple of questions. It's probably for you, Bill. So we have finally an increase in enrollment, which is exciting. For the tuition and state funds that follow students, what percent of our expenses are fixed cost versus variable when you add a new student generally? Do you know? Like, I know we had to hire some faculty at the last minute. That's a variable cost for those of you who don't know about variable and fixed cost.
Chair Erlinson, that's a great question. I don't have a specific answer for that because it really does depend on the program, the campus, and what current capacity is, and whether there's available seats in certain courses or programs, or whether they need to be expanded related to that. So I think over time, what we'll see is we have, long history of when our enrollment was going down, our employee FTE was going down over that time, and particularly less faculty when there was less enrollment. So there is definitely a correlation there that's a bit different at each one of our institutions.
Okay, thank you. To Trustee Johnson's question about the grants, which was a great one, it sounds like it would be helpful for the board to see if we could break that big grant pie slice down into what's in there. How much is Pell grants, how much are state grants? Now we've got the promise money versus other sorts of grants that might come from the foundations, that sort of thing. And just a quick question on foundations, and I think Trustee Sharon, if she has a quick question, can go after this. Do the college and university foundations do audits given they're independently governed, and they are independently governed institutions, I believe? And does the system have liability for the college and university foundations? Maybe that's a legal question, I don't know.
Chair Erlinson, I would say that's certainly a legal question, the last one. Related to the audits, yes, the foundations do their own audits, and their foundation boards choose their external auditors, and those 7 universities then submit those audits to us as part of our process.
Is there a reason the colleges don't submit theirs? College foundation?
Chair Erlinson, the college's foundations are also required to submit audits as part of, I think, the policy 8.3 and system procedure 8.3.1 that's currently under review or will be in front of the board in 2025. It's under a different timeline. So for materiality for system financial statements, we need the 7 universities as part of this process, but the college foundation audits come later. Some of them, because of their size, only need to do one every 3 years. So there's also variance within the college sector related to the timeliness of those audits.
3 minutes left in this. We need a motion as well.
Thank you for my short, quick question. So I'll throw it all into one question, and I don't know if it fits with if it needs to be transferred someplace else, it's fine. I heard you beginning to talk about debt, so I was curious to know if you are able to tell us what debt we have. Can you have a number about that? Is there a trend line for where we are at in terms of debt reduction? Are there guardrails or control policies about the size of debt that we can have? And are these an accumulation of debt within all of the colleges and universities? Or is it only the system's debt?
Chair Erlinson, Trustee Sharon, the debt activity in our financial statement is reflective of college, university, and any system debt. Our debt is generally attached to capital projects. And the guardrails related to that is that the board approves any of the additional debt that we would take on. For example, I just talked about the revenue fund. If we were to do another revenue fund sale in the near future, I would need to come to you with pro formas justifying that we believe we have the capacity to do that, and the board would ultimately approve that. Like I mentioned, that hasn't been done since 2017. We also have debt through the state, through GO bonds, with our capital projects, where we pay 1/3 of the debt and the state pays 2/3 of the debt. And the board approves the capital programs that we submit to the legislature, which includes that expectation that we will have that 1/3 debt for user financing as part of our capital program. In fact, this afternoon, when we ask for approval of the fiscal year 25 capital program, you'll see a component in there that's user financing, and that is giving us authority to take on that additional debt if that program was fully funded.
Thank you. Great questions, especially by the non-committee members. Sorry. With that, I would entertain a motion.
So move. Second.
All right, all those in favor by voice vote, since we're all here, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. Now, the fun part is the Trends in Higher Education report. We'll invite CLA back as they come up. I think I heard you say there are 600 federal financial aid rules. Maybe you want to send some suggestions to Mr. Musk and Mr. Mr. Vivek Ramaswamy.
It is shocking when you think about.
What?
It is shocking when you think about the vastness of the rules. It's almost like you're reading the IRS book when you think about student financial aid, which really is onerous for a college. I mean, you're lucky. You've got 33 colleges and a lot of back rooms. Now that I say that, and each college is its separate owner of that. So it is not without a lot of heavy lifting to alleviate findings or errors or issues. Just think about that small little liberal arts college that has 2 people or 1 person in the back room trying to keep up with those 600 rules. It's not easy, but they do it. So we're back to talk about higher ed trends. Now, I'm just going to tell you, we started with about 12 different topics that we could talk to you about. And we ended on 4 that we'll talk about today. We can talk about the others another day, or we can shoot from the hip too. I'm more than adept to doing that. Some of the things that we're not touching, because I want to make sure you hear it, the cyber threats that are out there for college universities, that's one of your top threats. And we've got colleges that have been held ransom and haven't been able to have their students register for classes. I'll add regulatory scrutiny. I can go back to the 600 regulations that are out there and the shifts that we've seen in what is important and not important to the federal or state government. The transfer of wealth. Someone mentioned foundations earlier. That's another one that is a big topic of consideration, especially considering the little Kansas college with 2,300 students that just got $1 billion gift. And that's happening, maybe not $1 billion, but that's happening around the country where you see large gifts. Someone just got 20 million right down the road. Another topic that Bill doesn't want me to talk about, and that is additional revenues that you can get at campuses. I'm just joking about Bill. And that is, how do you rethink your campus so that you can earn additional revenues plus invite the public to your campuses? That's another topic we could talk about. But we landed on 4. We worked with the board office, Amy and others. What should we hit first? And we came down to, let's start with public perception. And what does the public think of higher ed right now? I think you already kind of know, but we might shock you a little bit of what we end up with. A changing political environment. I'm really excited to present that part to a political board. But I think it's smart to talk about it, just put it on the table of what could happen in the near future. What are the changes that we're going to run into? And then changes in student demographics. People have talked about this, but I think you need to hear what is really happening out there and what are you going to do about it? And then finally, we're going to wrap up with the trends of colleges' health. We have 4 people here that are going to present. Each of us are going to take a topic. But I'll tell you, this is going to be a little bit more of a working meeting, if you don't mind. If you want to ask questions, we're going to ask you questions about what your thoughts are. And hopefully we get to at least some intellectual discussion, I'll call it, on where you might go and what you might want to think about from a strategy position from these 4 topics. So with that, Chris, you get to talk about public perception of higher education.
Sounds good. Thanks, Don. And if we want to go, there we go. One more. There we go. So I'm going to start with the overall perception of higher education. This is a graph that we grabbed out of the Pew Research Center, but this is a general trend. There's lots of these types of surveys that are out there. In general, overall, what they're all saying is that the perception of higher ed is it's decreasing compared to 20 years ago. You know, this is a very broad survey that's conducted across the country, across all types of institutions, public, private, for-profit, and anything in between. And just overall, just what is that? The trend is that people just don't see it's as important as what it was 20 years to get that college education. So why? Why is that such a downtrend over the last 20 years? And Liz, if you want to go to the next screen.
Chris, before you go, did Pew ask, did they define higher education? Because I can tell you just anecdotally, a lot of people think VOTech technical is not college.
Well, this says 4-year degree.
Oh, thank you.
So yes, this is the 4-year. So it does indicate that. And it is because there is that difference in there. Those 2-year schools or the program specific certificates that a lot of 2-year schools do, those do have a different perception out there because they seem to be more of a direct line to the business world. So this is specifically related to 4-year schools. So when we start to think about what are we actually hearing when it comes to higher education in general, this isn't targeting anybody or any of the schools within the Minnesota state system. This is across the country. We work with, I think, 400 plus institutions.
700.
700.
I just want to make sure we got that right. And just so you hear that, because I want to make sure you hear it. CLA audits and works with mainly audits over 700 colleges around the country. That is more than 10% of the market. We're number one in the country by far. It's not even close. So when we bring this information to you, and I failed to add this, I apologize. But when we bring information to you, yes, we're looking at the Pew Analytics or their survey. But honestly, our group gets together and just talks about what is the noise we're hearing across every campus? What are we seeing? And it doesn't matter if you're a for-profit, a nonprofit, or a government entity, we're running into the same stuff. And it doesn't matter if you're small and you got a few zeros or you got lots of zeros on your balance sheet, it's all the same stuff. They're all talking about the same issues, which is shocking to me because everybody thinks they're unique. Not if you get in a room with a bunch of people that work in the college world. Hopefully that helps.
Thanks, Don. And really, well, I'm not going to, dwell on each one of these different spots on here, but really just want to hit some of the highlights out there. That very first one, that's just something that's been in the news a lot. Is college still affordable yet to the average student or the average incoming student? You look at the overall trend now. Public, for the most part, Minnesota State has done a very good job at controlling those tuition and the cost of attendance. Looking back, I'm a 2003 grad of Bemidji State, so I understand. What does that look like 20 years ago compared to now? And it's still affordable compared to the U of M or any of the other large schools or even private schools within Minnesota. So controlling that, is it still affordable? The continued increase in student debt loads across the country, that's probably one of the number one drivers out there of how students are able to attend college is through financing it. And you hear stories of, does the degree still pay off yet? Is that a teaching degree or some other type of, non-business type degree or even business degrees? Are they even going to pay for what that costs? That $100,000 plus worth of debt that's going to come out and get you a $50,000 or $60,000 a year starting position. What's that really look like? Can we continue to afford debt? There's a lot of skepticism about the career readiness of the students coming out of college. It's even to the point now where you're seeing a lot of large corporations say, I think we can take this on ourselves and we're going to train the incoming workforce ourselves. You think about what that takes for a capital and just a person and investment into that to say, I'm going to set up our own training facility, give our incoming workers some sort of a certificate or degree and train them for a very specific task. A lot of the large corporations are going that route because they think they can just be more beneficial to them long-term than to rely on the workforce coming out of higher education across the country. Then another big piece that's sitting out there is just what is that student safety look like on our campuses? Minnesota State, you have a very diverse community setup as far as where are your colleges and universities. You're not necessarily dealing with a lot of the very large urban centers across the state or even across the country where safety is a number one priority of, you look at the headlines every single weekend coming out of Minneapolis and St. Paul and those types of things. And what does that look like? What's the actual student safety? Are students feeling safe coming to our locations for this? And then really that other one that's out there, and it's probably gotten worse since the NIL has came on the table, but what does athletics really look like? There's this perception that it's out of control. You see very large numbers come out of, especially your big universities, and what does it take to run an athletics program? Are they profitable? But you also see that in your small campuses as well, in your small universities. A lot of times their travel costs, their travel budgets, how do they still continue to get and stay competitive when they don't have the huge foundation sitting behind them? As I mentioned, attending Bemidji State, I take pride every time Bemidji State can knock off a big school. So a split with the U of M over this past weekend, that's a huge thing. I as an alumni of that, I love it. I watch it, I track it. So it's a huge piece that sits out there. And how do we continue to be competitive so that the college universities within the system take pride in those programs.
Love it. And if you don't know anything about it, Chris is really needling me because I went to the University of Minnesota. So when Bemidji State won, I got a few texts from Chris going, see, you don't need NIL to be great. So that's awesome. And he's true. That's true.
Sorry, trustee Janicic.
The first thing when I saw President Inch was, geez, you lost to UMD in football. Okay. And then he proceeded to tell me what that meant. Okay. It meant that he's going to Augustana. Bemidji would have been playing in Mankato, except they're going to Texas. And the cost of going to Mankato as compared to going to Texas with a football team is way different. All right. And so when you talk about that kind of stuff, it's so real. I mean, we at the bar, we talk about coaches and what they get paid. They never even mention chemistry or algebra as far as that goes. But I think that is one of the biggest drivers and problems we have. The perception of what we're going to do.
I think that was a comment more than a question. Okay, trustee Coles. Trustee Grabowski.
If I could, looking at these 5 sort of streams of commentary that we're hearing, it strikes me that a lot of the top 3, college is unaffordable, ROI is not positive, and skepticism about career readiness is really in the minds of the public is really looking at a fairly short time frame of a transaction. In other words, I'm paying this much this year. What am I going to get next year? Rather than really looking at a longer term lens. And one of the things that concerns me is actually measuring social mobility. And that's essentially the ability of people to move from an income or a financial starting point in their personal lives to a better or less financial status over time. In general, in this country, we have lost our relative strength in this area. I think we now we lag most or many developed countries in the world in terms of social mobility. Social mobility, for instance, in Europe is at much higher rates than if you come to the United States. But do you hear or do people, do you have any studies or hear any language that looks at social mobility as really the ultimate reward? Of course, that there are those research studies that graduate degrees offer over a lifetime. Mm-hmm. But that becomes very abstract too, because people can't imagine a lifetime very readily. But I'm thinking more in an intermediate period of time or something that would speak more directly to people's understanding.
I think it's a great question. I look at those top 3 specifically, and I'm going to answer your question, but I want to say one thing before I go there. We've been on a run since 2008, 9, 10, 11, where our economy has been up. So someone finding a job that pays a lot coming out of high school, it's there. So I've been through this, I don't know how many times, you can tell by the color of my hair. When the economy is going really well, people don't go to college. They think they can just make their money without going to college until you have a downturn, and then they go to college because they have to retool themselves, right? I think the part that I really struggle with in this industry, and I've watched it over time, And that is, there's nobody really lobbying for higher education. You asked about surveys and different information about social mobility. I mean, back in the 70s and 80s and into the 90s, the idea was if you went to college, you're going to be able to live in a different neighborhood, a better neighborhood than you are today. You don't hear about that anymore, right? And that's that you're talking about, that social mobility. I want to do better than my parents, or I want to do better than where I am today. You don't hear any of that. And you don't hear the surveys of what the income can be based on having a degree versus not having a degree. That used to be part of our a part of the general conversations. So I just think part of the reason our perception of higher ed is so difficult is that some of the rhetoric that is running out there is about the debt. College is unaffordable, and colleges have done that to themselves. I mean, when you have colleges that their sticker price is, $70,000, and a parent looks at that, and I've got friends that their kids wanted to play college sports. Like they'd come to me and say, and I've said this in the last closing meeting, $70,000, I can't afford that. But they don't know, at least in the private industry, that's the used car lot. You go in and you negotiate what the price is. It isn't 70, it's 35 or less. So that perception that we have out there has been beaten up pretty bad. Does that make sense?
Sorry, Tracy.
It does, and I'm reminded of the recent news reports locally about Concordia, for instance, and their strategy, and there, I think, have been others that are trying to create a more honest or sort of net tuition for students. But I appreciate your remark that, and for me, it's particularly been all the attention on student debt over the past 6, 7, 8 years. It's that has entered seems to me, the general social conversation in a way that was not present 20 years ago, for instance.
Just a couple comments on your question, Trustee Colvin. The Chancellor might want to add something. There are two sources of information about social mobility in higher ed and pay and that sort of thing. So Raj Chetty, who's a renowned economist, he's gone back and forth between Harvard and Stanford, has done an extensive look at social mobility in higher ed. This is a few years ago now, but he did not look at two-year schools. Regional universities are the best movers for social mobility in the country. That would be our institutions. Number two, the Georgetown Center on Workforce or something like that does a longitudinal study of graduates of institutions and what their compensation is. It's 40 years out, 10, and I think 25. Metro State does very well on that. You will notice in the data certainly that the schools that have heavy STEM or pharmaceutical outperform, but you can see over time how students, cohorts do in pay relative to other institutions. So those are two sources. Did you have another to offer? Yeah.
Well, as always, Chair Erlinson, you're 3 steps ahead of me. So I was going to bring up Raj Chetty, but I would point, so this is worth Googling, folks. R-A-J, first name, Chetty with a C-H at the beginning. Worth looking at. I would point out 2 things. This institution, where we are being hosted, was often on the top honor roll nationally for social mobility. It's true of all of our institutions, but this one in particular has been singled out. The most recent research that Chetty's done that's worth a look has to do with the social networks that you form and what they create in terms of social mobility. The Midwest leads in this category because apparently in the Midwest, folks are more likely to know somebody from a different social class than their own. We're not living in gated communities, you know, in Orange County, whatever, you know, we're interacting with each other across social class. And that actually is an indicator of social mobility. So those would be my only.
Yeah,
questions.
and one final comment, and then trustee Grabowski, and I don't know if we'll ever get to the second topic. Sorry. One thing I would note with a student at a elite liberal arts college in the United States, there are about maybe 20 institutions, private, the Ivy League and some of the elite liberal arts, where there is no discount. The benefit you get is you got in. And so the problem with this is the student body is predominantly made up, about 50% of the students pay almost nothing to be there, nothing for anything, no loans. These are completely funded. My son's school, they pay for families to come to graduation. Everybody gets an Apple MacBook, and you do not know who is filthy rich and who has no money. So it's great from that perspective. But the middle class is not in these institutions because the FAFSA is going to tell them they got to pay a lot of money that they cannot afford. And I think culturally that's bad when you have a bunch of really wealthy people and very low income people and nothing in the middle in the student body. Everyone else does the discount, but I will say, like, I think Vanderbilt's price is $105,000. I don't think they discount. So if you can't pay $105,000, you're not going to go.
So first, my rant, which it always has to do with ROI. I spent my entire career teaching world languages. And so when you say world languages, a parent says, you know, what am I going to do with a teaching degree in world languages? But that was so narrow in focus. And so frequently, I'm glad that you mentioned Georgetown, because Georgetown looked at the return on investment, not such discipline specific or discipline related employment. And I think that's also part of our marketing problem, that we think that somebody that does a degree in accounting has to go into accounting. Somebody that does a degree in Spanish has to go into Spanish. And it totally misses the experience. And I'm not necessarily going as far as social mobility, but in terms of job satisfaction, in terms of finding some reward that is, you know, comes out of the experience that they have, their ability to work across cultures, et cetera. And that topic for me has always been a pain where I sit, because it's also within the institutions trying to justify the continued existence of the discipline, that it doesn't have that kind of ROI because they don't get a degree in pick a discipline.
Can I reply to that just for a second? I appreciate the comment, and I'll be a little more vulnerable. I was the biggest idiot in the world back when I was in my 20s and 30s when it came to programs. And I'll tell you the story real quick. My cousin got a full ride at Cal State Fullerton because he was phenomenal at soccer. He had a pro career in front of him, and he wouldn't tell me his degree. For 2 years, I kept asking what his degree was. He finally told me. He said, "I'm getting a degree in pottery." And I looked at him and I said, "You are the atypical person that's going into sports and you don't care about your education." Well, let's fast forward, 30 years. He's now got his own studio and extremely wealthy because he throws some phenomenal pots for the rich and famous. So when you say the ROI is not positive for many degrees, it's the perception. And a lot of times, whether it's history, English, or whatever, some people will say those aren't good degrees. It depends on what you use them for. So I agree with you.
Trustee Richter and then trustee.
So a friend of mine, big sticker price, a friend of mine wasn't going to go to college because of the price. One afternoon, I sat down and broke it down to him with different grants and how much it would actually cost. And now it's affordable. What different ways do you think we can, or that you've seen, that we can market that college is affordable for most?
I've read a few studies. I haven't read them all, but everything I hear is that students that go to college knew they were going to college in elementary or junior high. We started high school. You should be in the junior highs and the elementaries talking to those students, and not really just the students, it's the parents. to explain the affordability of college. And my kids' friends would come over to my house and ask, how do you play the game? I mean, I heard you talk about it. It's not a game. It's simple math and understanding what's out there. I think if you're looking to build your coffers at Minnesota State, explain that it's out there. That's how I'd answer it.
Thank you. I appreciate the last question because what I'm thinking about is, some of this conversation about what the facts are as opposed to what it is that you were hearing. I can tell you that I've just been absolutely crazy in this conversation, especially in the political arena, about the charge of facts against what the public is believing and then what they vote on, right? So my charge to us is, what are we going to do? What's the plan? Which is what you're asking about. Not what are our arguments, but what are we going to do that more effectively deals with public perception? You've just given us one suggestion, hit earlier at the junior high school level, and for us, I think, maybe through outreach and engagement, think about, well, how do we do better messaging? And how do we get a champion? You said there's no champion, at least in Minnesota, in the legislature, in the world, for the value that comes from higher education. If that's missing, we really are in trouble. Where is our voice? And what's the voice supposed to be? And it can't be a flood of factual information because it turns people off. If it's people on the television giving their personal stories about what they discovered, as Chris is saying, I don't know what that is. That's not my expertise. Outreach engagement might need to take this on as, we're talking about strategic initiatives. We might take these components and say, what are our strategic initiatives to attack these things? Because that's what you're asking us is, here's what we're hearing. What are you going to do about it? And that's what I'm interested in. What are we going to do about this?
All right, Chris, back to you.
Actually, it's back to me, which I'm really excited about doing this topic. So we had our election results, whether you're happy or sad about them. I don't really have a political skin in the game. So I'm just giving you that to start off with. You can't have a bigger shift in philosophies from President Biden to President Trump. The different articles that we're seeing out there of what we're changing. Let me give you an idea of what I see. Biden was about the federal government being very involved in higher education. Access and inclusion was a high priority, correct? Free college, forgiveness of loans, not a fan of for-profit colleges, and even scrutiny over the nonprofit colleges. And again, I'm not saying they're wrong. That was just some of what we saw and heard, right? Now shift to Trump. He wants to abolish the US Department of Education. If you get rid of it, you'd get rid of it, right? He would shift all responsibility to the states. We're going back to the 60s, right? So what happens to those federal dollars and the anxiety around students and those federal dollars? He does want to disrupt the inclusion and diversity program that's current, correct? You also have even a charge in some of the programming that you have and going to some nationalist information, correct? Even to the point of in 16 through 20, when he was here as president before, how many international students did we lose? I know part of that was COVID, but it wasn't all COVID. It was, do we want international students is it a welcoming community for international students? I don't know that shift isn't going to happen right away. And again, I don't know what's right or wrong. It's just such a big shift in the political environment. And what is going to happen to the Minnesota state system because of this shift. We had a lot of problems with the FAFSA process. Are we going to have more chaos because of that shift? Or is Musk and others going to build this world where we have no issues and it's seamless to get your federal awards and we don't have 600 regulations? I don't know the right answer to this, but I go back to, you know, it could be chaos. It could be reduction of federal funding. It could be all rhetoric and nothing happens. But for Minnesota State, given what the new climate is, especially given now you have Congress and the White House covered in red, what goes on with some of, I would say, the federal positioning that could impact your world? Again, I don't care what's right. It's more about how do you either take care of these challenges so you can move forward or make them opportunities. And I go back to, and I kind of stole my own thunder. You are a unicorn. I mean, President Olson or Chancellor Olson, we talked about the fact that there are very few colleges in Minnesota that not only accept and help people, first-gen students, whether they're people of color or different face, whatever, doesn't matter. First-gen students, they get them in, but get them to graduate. That's the unicorn part. So what is your role? What is your strategy with the political shift? And that is going to be interesting to watch from my catbird seat to see what you do. Any thoughts or comments on that?
I just have,
Trustee Teffer.
you're just speaking the words of academic and student affairs. My mantra, and it will probably be till I'm off the board, is enrollment, transfer, graduation, get people to employ themselves. Every single obstacle that we can possibly overcome. I think that we need to be thinking in those terms. What you just said is absolutely the gold standard for how Minnesota State's going to survive. And we have to get really, really, really smart about it. And I mean, I think we are one of the smartest institutions in the United States. I think that we're so far ahead of the game on so many things that other people are sitting and wringing their hands. There's a lot of small privates in the state of Minnesota that don't know where their next dollar is going to come from. We have a luxury of problems as far as I am concerned. I think that we might be sitting on an absolute gold mine. I have heard nothing today or practically at any other point that doesn't. Every single problem that I see in higher ed, I always think that I already know that that solution exists in the Minnesota State system. We're a big system. We need to start using the power of the system to fix things that you're suggesting. And I mean it. I think you just spoke exactly what I think we need to do.
I have to start by saying I'm not a member of the committee. I don't want to take it away from anyone who is, but listening to you and coming back to Trustee Sharon's comment earlier, you know, what are we going to do? We've got the material, as you're saying, but what are we going to do? And Trustee Sharon and I had the privilege of attending on Saturday the student awards ceremony for this institution. It was absolutely inspiring. Listening to a dozen students talk about where they came from and where they're going, and listening to their faculty, it was phenomenal. And so I think also that some of this, I hate to be crass, but some of this comes back to marketing and what is the message that we're sending and sharing. More practically, one of the things that I'm wondering about and worried about in higher education is the attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this system has really staked its being on that issue, and how are we going to prepare for what could be, hopefully won't be, I'm glad I'm in Minnesota, but what could be also an assault on that. I'm wondering if we have some sense of how many of our students currently are undocumented, how many of them are dreamers, and how are we going to be prepared to support those students given what could be coming down the pike. So just to add to some of the worries that we have, but I always feel optimistic, and I think if we can identify the problems and then think about what we're going to do to address them as individual institutions, but also as a system, we can continue to be that national leader. Thank you. Go ahead.
Pick a color. I think going back to something that you said earlier with regard to getting into K-12 is critical. K-12 suffers from a huge lack of counselors. And so the information that students are getting, or the lack of information that students are getting, is an opportunity for us to talk about opportunity, accessibility, the entire educational range of possibilities. I mean, informing the students about what may be possible. And then there is a related topic, which is parents, because a lot of cultures have a particular tie to parents. And if parents don't see the value, the kid's not going to go. If they do see the value, if they do see the opportunity, if they do see the affordability, then there is increased opportunity to send that student on, no matter the direction. So I think that that's something that the system really needs to think about, is an intentional reach into the K-12 system, and not just once, but continuous.
I just wanted to agree with what you just say, because I volunteer a couple high schools, students who are part of TRIO or programs that help with them to get into college. And majority of them, sometimes when I go to the career center in high school, they have a certain students who are not interested in attending college or not even looking into it, and who are also senior. So I have been volunteering to work with them, and most of the times when I ask the question why you don't see the value of higher education, why you don't want to go to college, most of the times they were like, I just don't know enough about it, or they came from a home where college or higher education is not the conversation. So and when we talked about it, sometimes they were like, I can consider, but still I don't see the value, and I'm still working with them, but that is something I have seen. So I just wanted to say that going to high schools or having that conversation with those students who don't see the value of higher education is important. And I am a first gen, so sometimes also showing them someone who came from a household where higher education is not the conversation, who also attended not only undergraduate but in graduate school. You can see they are so interested, and they were like, okay, tell me more about it. But I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, just wanted to add one thought on this topic. Sorry, Don. There are also some things that have been happening at the state level across the political spectrum that could influence national policy. For example, performance-based funding. California, Florida, meaning if your students don't graduate, you don't get the money. And so we have to be mindful that these could be things that have traditionally the feds haven't been pushing, but they've been active at the state level. And because it's happening across the, left to right, that kind of thing could bubble up. I think Workforce Pell might stand a better chance, honestly, because the folks who haven't liked Workforce Pell have been the progressive Democrats. So it's, who knows? Who knows?
I appreciate it. And I know we're running out of time, but I'm going to go to one more subject. I'm going to skip the demographics. I'm sure you've seen demographics over the years. But I'd like to get to something that is really interesting in higher education. And Brenda, you want to talk about that?
Right, thank you. So we've talked about how institutions have to kind of reinvent themselves. They have to stay relevant. and they have to really adapt to what's going on in the industry. Oops. So all of these campuses, all these colleges and universities, what do they have in common? They have one thing in common. They're gone. So since March 15th, 2020, 40 public and private institutions have either announced their closure or have closed. 22 of them have announced mergers or have merged in the past, since 2020. I'm going to give you another statistics. 10 years ago, there was 7,200 institutions that awarded federal aid. Now there are only 5,600 of those that are left. That's a huge statistic of closures going on in the nation. So what are the ramifications of institutions and to the students? Okay, I'm going to kind of step back. We just talked about all those closures. I'm kind of one of those believers that in the universe, when one door closes, another door opens. What if Minnesota State is the door that opens? So think about that. And let's talk about that. So what are the ramifications to the institution and the students? So a lot of times when these closures are happening, it's really quickly. All of a sudden the students are left there going, what am I going to do? What if Minnesota State was proactive in reaching out to these institutions ahead of time and getting a teach out plan? So those students are automatically enrolled in a Minnesota State institution. So they don't even have to think, what am I going to do? And making sure that those credits that student took apply to their program. And think about also the employees. Now, all of a sudden you have a lot of really good faculty that have no home. Why can't you bring those people in to Minnesota State? And when you actually match up your programs, maybe there's a program that hasn't been at Minnesota State, and now you can bring that program in because you have that curriculum and those faculty already developed, and you just bring it in. So think about that, how that easy that could be to bring in those students and the employees. So what's the impact on the competing students or the competing institutions? When a school closes, now there's this big influx of students that are going to come into other institutions. And those institutions are struggling they have to also adapt. How are we going to handle, 300 more students suddenly? They have to go and they have to look at the faculty. But again, if it's pre-planned and you're reaching out to these institutions ahead of time and getting that program in place, it's going to be a lot easier for Minnesota State rather than having to kind of be reactive, being proactive and thinking about how can we do this with our institutions. And think about your footprint in Minnesota. You have so many institutions across the state, you're going to be close to almost any institution that closes. So why not take advantage of that? So if a school is closing nearby one of your institutions, how do you find that? You can look at the Moody's ratings. So if you have a school with a poor Moody's ratings, that might be an institution that you want to reach out to and start talking to. You can also go onto the data collection form website and you can download financial statements of any nonprofit institution. Anybody that does a single audit, they have to report, and you can go look at their financial statements. Identifying those institutions that are struggling and reaching out that hand and saying, hey, we can help. And doing that plan beforehand, because once they get to that point where they're closing, it's going to be too late. So this is something that you want to be proactive in and kind of reaching out that lifeline ahead of time.
I might add, I've been part of, whether it's consulting, auditing, or whatever the case may be, of schools that close. Think about a school closing. Our firm worries about, okay, a school closes, are we going to be cutting a check because we got an opinion out there? And my answer is always no. Almost 95% of the time, I have no fear of a school closing and we're doing the audit and getting sued because someone didn't get paid. Why? They have endowments. They also have land, property that they can sell. And I've mentioned this story, I think a couple of years ago. Our firm was doing an audit of a college called Mount Ida in Worcester, Massachusetts. And I knew it pretty well. Unfortunately, the president didn't know he couldn't outspend and still survive. So they had to close. And they made the tough choice. Those students went, a third of them didn't go on, and the rest found different colleges they could go to. Lost a lot of credits too, by the way. But you sit there and you go, okay, they still had $100 million in endowment. Their property, if you know anything about Worcester, was near $1 billion in value. A half acre in Worcester is $1 million. And of all places, UMass received all of it. So you think about closures, it isn't just the students, faculty, and everything else. What do you do with that property? Not that you guys need more property, let's be honest, but it sure would be nice to have it and sell it and add to your coffers. So I every time there's some sort of negative out there, my personal opinion is if you're sitting in the chair, think about the benefit you can get out of that negative and build your plan before it happens. So those are our three topics. We are 2 minutes over, so I apologize, but hopefully this was worth your while to have this conversation.
Thank you very much. It's my opinion, it'd be great to continue it and cover some of the other topics in the future, including the one we missed today. Are there institutions in Minnesota within 50 miles of the border that would be in the we should be on top of it category? Do you know?
I'm not going to answer that. I would say there isn't a state in the union that doesn't have some college or colleges that are teetering. I mean, I just take, I think Chancellor Olson, we talked about Nashland, right? And they've been in the paper left and right. Now they're in Wisconsin. You're probably not going to move to Wisconsin. Seems a little odd to me, but they're right across the border from one of your institutions or several. And is there a chance they're closing? Oh, yeah. But there's others. I mean, the prediction for Moody's is you're going to see some IX go away. Now, does that happen? I don't know. But you have to make your own decisions as to what you may do. And I'll even say that the school may not even close, but you may help them survive by partnering with maybe some of your curriculum or activities or housing or other ideas to change the landscape of higher education. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you very much to everyone and the whole audit committee and all the guest speakers. Thanks.
So lunch is out in the hallway, around to the left, and then do we eat in 312 and 321? Okay, rooms 312 and 321 are available for us to gather and eat our lunch, which is kind of buffet. Buffet. Okay, we'll reconvene at 1:15 for a marathon finance committee meeting.
Oh, yeah. 1 minute is better, but okay. Sure. I'm gonna turn your thing
Can I get that? I don't know. I don't want to sit up there. Let's say you're on the left. On the computer, it's better.
And in your honor, I had extra jalapenos and onions, just so you know.
So the contracts, nothing concern about funding source, which Brian's taking that one.
Oh, who's taking?
Brian's taking
the.
construction,
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
good, yeah.
right? That's how we usually do it.
Yep, I know.
Yeah,
that's true.
okay. This one, there was questions about, are we gonna downsize our data center? So I mentioned that to Jackie.
Okay,
And then there weren't any questions on this one, so.
Okay.
But Jackie and Ross will be.
yeah, perfect, okay.
I would run if I were you.
Wonder if I need my computer. Yeah, probably not.
As with. See, but the thing is, like, for keeping it relevant, it might be sense to take a break somewhere.
I think that'd be
In the middle.
Should
we just plan to take one somewhere?
Like maybe right after this.
No, it wasn't. Right before, yeah, I think that's a good spot. Okay, I'll just plan to.
Yeah, I don't know.
Otherwise.
I don't know if my bladder can. do 3 hours.
Yours and everyone else's.
I think. Yeah. You know, thinking.
Yeah.
You know, they'd send it in. So it's kind of similar process.
I had a great time. Well, you were there.
We found something that they have to do. But then, you know, Jay, that's. And so, yeah, always.
Oh,
Did you see this? Well, I don't know what it is, but this one.
You have a name tag for Ryan?
I don't know, I'm not charging any tags.
Fair statement.
Well, no, I did not.
Okay, I'll ask him.
Probably not, just leave it, let it be. I don't see there's not.
Oh.
So is Ann's on Zoom?
Yeah, she'll be on Zoom, yep. And one last question, anything with that, the amendment that we did with, Anoka Ramsey? The one that's up, the one between 1 to 3 million, one. Nothing came up in the pre-meeting, but, cause I printed the contract out just in case with the amendment, so.
Good afternoon. We will go ahead and get started. We have a marathon session this afternoon for finance and facilities. We'll start off by calling the roll of the committee. Trustee Coles. Here. We have, like I started out, we have a very large agenda today. I think we have 7 action items and 9 different topics. So we will move through this fairly quickly. First item on the agenda is the minutes from October 15th.
So move.
Second. Since all of the committee members are here in person.
Thank you, Trustee Hipsch. I would like to give the committee 2 updates on topics I also shared updates on at the October board meeting. The first one is related to the system office redesign and renovation project update. The general contractor is currently finishing up the demolition of floors 3 through 6. The full building permit was received on Friday, so construction activities are just underway. July 1 remains our target for being operational in a new space. We'll continue to update you on the schedule as we learn more information. The team, which is led by Ryan Reese, to my right, who's our system director of facilities design and construction, is targeting diverse suppliers for several scopes of this project, for example, for signage, for change management support. So wanted to draw attention to that. And the overall project is still on track to come in under budget. The second update I would like to provide is it's my pleasure to announce that Brian Swanson will be joining Minnesota State as the new Associate Vice Chancellor for Facilities on December 4th. And of course, he'll be succeeding Brian Yolitz, who retired in September after serving Minnesota State for 14 years. Brian Swanson currently serves as the Assistant Vice President of Finance and Systems and Chief Financial Manager for University Services at the University of Minnesota. His portfolio includes a $435 million annual operating budget and cross-functional teams responsible for supporting campus infrastructure, capital planning, facilities management, and public safety, as well as a capital projects portfolio worth over $1.5 billion. So we look forward to welcoming Brian very soon. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the entire System Office Facilities Unit team for their continued great work the past couple of months during this period of transition. And perhaps you will meet a few of them today who will be part of presenting topics on our agenda. So that concludes my update. Chair Hipsch, and I would stand if there's any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll continue to move forward. First is the contracts requiring board approval. Turn back.
Chair Hipsch, so in your packet, there's 4 contracts for consideration today. One is an income agreement and 3 of them are contracts for procurement. I do want to point out in this month, there's 1 contract to report between $1 and $3 million. Since September 27th. So that's on the cover page of this part of the packet. It was a media buy contract extension for Anoka Ramsey Community College. I also want to note that, as you recall, we changed the system policy and procedure for procurement last spring, or the board approved that. And one of the parts of it was that college and university contracts between 1 and 3 million could be approved by the chancellor or his designee and then reported to the committee like the Anoka Ramsey is. But there was also a caveat in that procedure that the chancellor or the chancellor's designee can recommend a full board review if a review is believed to be in the best interest of the system prior to contract approval. So the second contract on the agenda today for the stadium dome replacement construction is a request for $2.5 million, but we believe it was in the best interest to bring this to the Finance and Facilities Committee to recommend to the full board for approval. So with that, I will turn it over to Tim Anderson to walk the committee through the first contract.
Excellent. Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey. Trustees. First one is the beverage pouring rights agreement with Minnesota State University of Mankato. In October of 2014, the board approved a 10-year exclusive beveraging pouring rights agreement with Minnesota State University of Mankato, valued up to $5 million with Pepsi-Cola, which was renamed Pepsi-Cola Mankato, which was renamed to Gillette Pepsi Company. With the current contract set to expire in December 30th, 2024, Mankato has conducted a request for proposal process in July of 2024 to secure a new income agreement. Gillette Pepsi, again, was selected as the vendor as they are offering terms that are beneficial to Mankato. This proposed 10-year income agreement goes from January 1st of 2025 to December 30th of 2035. It's a generating agreement valued, again, up to $5 million. It grants exclusive beverage pouring rights on campus and includes financial benefits such as on-site equipment, marketing support, athletic sponsorship, premium funds for athletic events, royalties, and cash signing bonus. This agreement supports Mankato's beverage services, student engagement, event sponsorship, and provides a consistent income stream. The recommendation to the committee for this $5 million up to 10-year income agreement can be found in the board packet for your consideration. You do have it Gillespie online here.
If I may, just for information, I'm generally in favor of this, but it is an income generating contract. But it appears too that some of the benefits go to athletic product and premium fund. And I'm just curious if any of the funds are in fact going to go into what I think are NIL benefits to the athletes directly as opposed to Mankato as a general fund contribution. Just, is there a relationship?
Sorry, turn off my mic. And if you could help with that question?
No, the benefit is going to the general fund for Mankato. It's not going to a specific, it just has been that the student events in the past have been predominantly in the athletic area. It's free water for events, it's sponsorships for events. And this is something that goes in to support the campus as a whole.
Thank you.
Other questions?
The not to exceed continues to be $5 million. You have the benefit of hindsight. If that not to exceed was higher, would you have made more money? I mean, no? Do you know what?
No,
Yeah.
No, we're in the final stages of negotiating the contract. And given that we don't have a final contract, we put a number that was within the range that we thought we would end based on the RFP responses. And last time we came in, I think with all the amendments, we were at about a 4.6 million. And we expect to be slightly around that same range.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll take a motion for approval.
So move.
Second. Before we move on, I just want to jump back for just a second. On the contract that didn't come before us, the Anoka Ramsey Community College. Just want to make sure that that 1.5 million, the contract is only from October to January, so just for a 4-month period.
Yeah, looking at the contract amendment that was requested, it was actually a 2-year extension on the existing contract to end in January of 2027.
Incorrect.
Okay, yeah, apologies for the typo on that.
Okay, thanks, Chair Hipsch and trustees. As Vice Chancellor Mackey mentioned, my name is Ryan Reese. I am our System Director for Facilities Design and Construction. And so the next contract here is for the stadium dome replacement construction at St. Cloud State University. The university is looking to replace the Husky Stadium dome fabric and related infrastructure. This air-supported dome was constructed in 2004 and is critical to the institution's Title IX compliance as it serves the university's men's and women's soccer, baseball, and softball teams. The dome also provides student recreation opportunities, club and intramural programs, and community group camps and rentals. A 2020 inspection report recommended replacement of the dome fabric as it was nearing the end of its 15 to 20 year estimated useful life and starting to show its age. As a result, the university incorporated this replacement into its 2024 comprehensive facilities plan and is now looking to move ahead with the replacement using facility assessment fees to fund it. The project was bid on November 5th. 3 bids were received. The low bidder was Ebert Construction, and the contract value for the construction, which they're here asking for approval for today, including contingencies, is not to exceed $2.5 million. And I believe the institution is with us virtually to answer any questions that the board may have.
Question?
Thank you. Could you remind us all, please, the project is going to be funded internally by the facilities and assessment fee. What's the source of funding for the facilities assessment fee? Is that campus fees, student fees?
Correct. Is Dan, could Dan, would you be able to answer that?
Yep, absolutely. In 2003, the university established a facility assessment fee related to specific our dome to pay the debt and ongoing basis or ongoing debt of it and ongoing operations. So the debt, the stadium, and our rec center, this fee has been ongoing, and we're continuing to use that fee that's applied at a per credit basis to students.
Sorry, quick follow-up. Will this particular commitment require a student fee increase?
No, it will not.
One additional question with in the write-up, it talked about this as being really the roof piece, but then there's also the turf piece that will probably come back to us next year in that. Do we have a sense for magnitude on what that will be? And will that also be able to be covered by that same student fees?
Yeah, the university is estimating that at just over $1 million. And Dan, would you mind answering the question on the funding for the turf?
Absolutely. The funding would be the exact same one. The reason being to stagger the purchases to allow the cash flow of the fund to accommodate the purchases.
Perfect. Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Thank you, Chair Hitch and trustees. The next one is for enterprise IT agreement with the system office. The system office has maintained a contract with Minnesota IT Services, also known as Minute, since its inception for wide area network services, data center space leases, phone and computer services. This wide area network forms the backbone of Minnesota State's data transmission infrastructure, connecting campuses to the internet, the system office, and each other, while supporting essential administrative safety, academic, and interagency functions. Minute manages the network's acquisition, setup, operation, and monitoring, along with providing reliable, cost-effective data center services for critical system continuity. This wide area network expense accounts for 80% of the requested funding, with data center leases at 18% and phone and computer services at 2% of the requested amount. Rising service costs, including a 12% increase in data center rates, necessitate a $20 million amendment to the existing intra-agency agreement. This amendment includes a $1.9 million to carry us forward through fiscal year 2025 and an additional $18.1 million for fiscal years 26 through 29, raising the total contract amount from $15 million to a maximum of $35 million. The recommendation can be found for this in the board packet for the $35 million request.
One question that I would have for you or for the team is, as we move through into Workday and we move away from kind of location-based ISRS and that, our need for data center space should contract over time. Do we have flexibility that, as we move forward and might not need as much data center space, that we can shrink that space?
Yeah, we're going to have IT answer that question for us. So.
Great question, Chair Hipsch. Thank you for that. We actually are currently assessing our data centers that we currently have and the possibility of actually moving those to the cloud. So know that work is being done now as we speak, and we're doing some pricing assessment, but also determining where those could best sit in the cloud. So that is happening. That's part of our process. It is a nice opportunity as we move into Workday to really use it as an opportunity to assess not only that, but our other expenses associated with some of the on-prem activities. So.
Fantastic. So us moving forward with this doesn't lock us into a certain amount of data center space that then we might not fully need.
I don't believe so, but I would have to work alongside my legal colleagues to determine any out clauses that we might have in regards to that specific service of the overall broader service, which includes, as you heard, much more than just the data center space. So sorry about that. We can certainly get back with you on that.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, if we can just, if we can build something into that contract just to give us some flexibility, I think that would be advantageous. Other questions for this item? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes. And moving on to the next one.
Yes, our final one is for the project management resource agreement for Next Gen Student Implementation System Office. In March of 2019, the board approved a 7-year master agreement for the system office to engage up to 3 vendors for project management services with a total value capped at $6.5 million. This agreement supported Next Gen initiatives and other projects. With approximately 3.5 million of the 6.5 million allocated was used against Next Gen finance and human resource implementation. These current contracts will expire in March of 2025. To support the Next Gen student implementation, the system office plans to establish new master agreements with On Demand Service Group, Holstat and Associates, and KMH Consulting Incorporated. They were selected through an RFP process in August of 2024. These firms will provide project management resources, including expertise in communication, training, organizational change management, to support various initiatives such as infrastructure, security, and business process management. Responsibilities will include facilitating meetings, managing resources, risks, and ensuring alignment with project milestones. The proposed agreements will span for 7 years with a cumulative value not to exceed 6.5 million, funded by Next Gen resources. Cost projections are based on market rates and prior contract utilization. And again, the motion requested is in the packet for a contract up to 7 years for $6.5 million.
Other questions? Janicek?
Are these the same vendors that are handling it now?
Yes, they were the same vendors. We had same vendors that responded to this RFP. Yes, same vendors were selected through the RFP, same as responded. Yep.
Trustee Smith?
Could you explain a little bit as to what these entities do? And is this amount included in our Next Gen budget?
Chair Hips, Chair Soul, yes. And so we account for this within our project. We currently have staff that work within some of these firms currently working on the project and would anticipate they would do so for student as well. So we do utilize them, and we also utilize them to augment our staff should we have a staff member leave and need to move quickly on a hire. So it is something actively that we have accounted for. And I know with our student team, our academic and student affairs team, we continue to ensure that we have appropriate staff augmentation, financial resources to be able to cover our needs as we move forward.
Other questions? Only question I have is a little bit unique on this one in the fact that you have three options as you go through. What's your process of going through to choose kind of which one of the three gets it, or is it mainly based on who has the talent available when you need it?
A little bit of both. So we actually solicit all of them for whatever our needs are. And it is a little bit of an art. It depends on who's available for the particular need that we do have. But we do utilize all three of them when we go out for a particular role. So we're not just using one of them. And it depends on, again, the staff that comes back, the availability that staff might have as well. And then we move forward on a decision as to the appropriate resource. But we do solicit all three.
Perfect. Any other?
If I may quickly, in the first paragraph of our write-up, it refers to a $3,525,000 of the total $6.5 million contract that's currently in place will have been spent on the Next Gen finance and human resource implementation, which on the face of it suggests to me that we haven't utilized the full cost of the original contract. But the next sentence says, funds from the current contract will be closed in March 2025. Does that mean that the full contract amount, we will be paying $3 million in the next few months? Or did something happen between us learning that in the first 7-year contract, we only spent 60% of what we thought we were going to spend? And yet here we are renewing at that high level again. Are we increasing the amount of work that we're expecting to complete? Or just if you'd clarify that for me, please.
Chair Hips, Trustee Coles. So the contract needed to come to the board because it was going to expire in March of 2025. It will close out with approximately 3.5 in spend, and $3 million we won't be paying because we didn't utilize those services. When the contract was improved in 2019, it anticipated that these project management resources would be sufficient for finance, HCM, and student implementation based on the timeline at that point. So what we're asking for today is we're going to close the contract, so to speak, for HCM and finance. And then for student, in addition, I think there's probably additional resources that will be used based on lessons learned that happened during HCM and finance. But in a sense, we have $3 million unspent from the original contract that will move into this new contract, along with $3.5 million more that's been built into the next gen implementation budget for student.
Thank you. That answers the question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is passed. Next item, number 3 on the agenda is surplus property. I'll turn it back over to Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. Per board policy 6.7, the board may designate surplus property under its control for values above $350,000. And we have a request today from Anoka Ramsey Community College. So at the table with me is Paul Harrington, a real estate manager at the system office that works with all the colleges and universities for all different types of real estate transactions as well as leases. And representing Anoka Ramsey Community College is Robert Perez, the Vice President for Finance and Administration, CFO. So I'll turn it over to Paul.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey, Chair Hipsch, members of the committee. Anoka Ramsey Community College is in front of you today with a request for a surplus of a 3.95 acre piece of property, non-contiguous to their campus. In your materials, you will see it is across Mississippi Boulevard. It's uniquely situated between two city properties, one that was recently developed as a fire station, the other is a longstanding city park. The city has expressed interest over some time and inquired with the campus about acquiring the piece. The campus in their long-term comprehensive facilities plan does acknowledge the possibility of a disposition on this property. So it is consistent with what they have in their long-range plans. To get the process started, the campus undertook an appraisal on the property that came in at 1.1 million, which is consistent with what we are seeing in the marketplace. The city has been informed of that, and they have continued interest in pursuing the property. So the request is to designate as surplus this piece, get it prepared for sale, and move it along. If there's any questions of me, I will certainly answer those, and if not.
So we're gonna get 1.1 million? Or is that 0 to 1.1 million gonna be something you negotiate?
By statute, we can only accept the appraised value. That's the floor on the purchase.
Other questions?
Thank you. I know the area really well and I know the college really well, and I can't remember, is this the building that's basically across the road from the parking lot? Is that what it's? I think I can remember when it was purchased initially.
Yes. It is that vacant land that is in between the fire station and the park. So across Coon Rapids Boulevard and between, so the ice rink, you know, the ice rink kids. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? So, and just to make it clear, this is a vacant land, so there's no building on this land.
It is vacant and it's undeveloped.
Is there a motion? Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed. Thank you so much for being here. Our next item is the amended Minnesota-Wisconsin Public Higher Education Reciprocity Agreement. And with that, I'll turn it back over to
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. This is an item that the board is being asked to approve an amended version of the Minnesota-Wisconsin Public Higher Education Reciprocity Agreement. We were notified by the Office of Higher Education around the time of the October board meeting that this agreement needed to come to the board. It was not part of our original Finance and Facilities Committee. I'm not sure the board has had to act on reciprocity agreements in the past, but Steve Ernest, System Director for Financial Planning and Analysis, is here, and he'll walk through a brief presentation explaining the rationale of why we're seeking board approval for this. So thank you.
Chair Hipsch, I believe we have some slides. The Office of Higher Education, which is a cabinet level agency at the state, is in charge of negotiating reciprocity agreements, but they cannot go into effect for this system without your approval. Presumably this was approved by the board originally, but the office is coming back to us because they have made some small amendments to it. In your packet, you can, if the amended version of the agreement is in there, there are some dated references removed. There's one additional chapter of Wisconsin statute cited, and then the negotiating partner for the Wisconsin side is changed. That is required because the Wisconsin legislature has assigned that responsibility to a different agency from before. So the agreement had to be amended to change the negotiating partner on the Wisconsin side from the State of Wisconsin Higher Education Aids Board to the Board of Regents of the University of Wisconsin system. And I put a slide in there also just showing a portion of that agreement. We have in our system now approximately, as of 2023, approximately 30, oh, sorry, yes. 4,600 Wisconsin students in our system. And on the screen now, you can see that they are predominantly in 3 institutions. That's undergraduates is 4,300. The largest number at Winona State University, following is Mankato, and then St. Cloud State University. We also have several hundred graduate students from Wisconsin. So the Office of Higher Education, I believe, is available if there are technical questions on the agreement, but really it's just changing the name of the negotiating partner for the state of Wisconsin.
Trustee Erlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 quick questions. It says in here that the payments from the state of Wisconsin go to the Minnesota General Fund. So does that mean every time a Wisconsin student enrolls, we don't get any money? A, and B, how does it work now with the North Star Promise program?
Chair Hipsch and Trustee Erlinson, the payments are only the marginal payments, and if you'd like a more descriptive, detailed agreement, perhaps the Office of Higher Education can explain that. But every year they calculate the totals on each side, and it would be just the marginal that would pass between the states, and that goes to the state general fund. If it's.
And the other question was, how does this work with the College Promise program? So if Wisconsin students enroll, do they get the Promise funds? Or as far as leave, they carry it with them?
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Erlinson, my understanding is that the North Star Promise is available to Minnesota residents proper and not Wisconsin residents. So the agreement is regarding the price and doesn't extend into the financial aid. But if the Office of Higher Education is available, maybe they could confirm that. I don't know if they're on the line.
Okay.
We'll have to get that confirmation for you.
Trustee Janet Johnson.
Does this program have a material impact on us? The reciprocity? I assume not.
Chair Hipsch. I think, oh. Maybe we could first answer the North Star Promise question. Megan Flores from the Office of Higher Education is available. And the question, I believe, Megan, is can Wisconsin students get North Star Promise grants?
And also if a Minnesota student who's eligible for the Promise program, can they carry that money into Wisconsin?
Chair, members of the committee, I can answer that question. My name is Megan Flores, and I work for the Office of Higher Education, and I manage our state financial aid programs, including the tuition reciprocity program, as well as North Star Promise. And to answer your question, in order for someone to receive the benefits of the North Star Promise, they need to be a Minnesota resident, and so Wisconsin residents are not eligible. And so Wisconsin residents coming to Minnesota institutions do not receive the North Star Promise. The second part of the question, I believe, was regarding whether or not that program is what we call in the financial aid world transportable, where you could take the benefits, the educational benefits and grants you're eligible for, and bring it with you to a institution outside of the state of Minnesota. And the answer to that is no. None of our state financial aid programs, North Star Promise, Minnesota State Grant, any of our programs, can you take those grants with you and receive those funds if you attend an institution outside of Minnesota. And the one, exception to that would be the reciprocity program. That's the only benefit that a Minnesota student, aside from a self-loan, could get outside of a Minnesota school.
Building with regard to your question, Trustee Johnson, maybe having President Jans speak to the impact of what reciprocity means, with Winona being the largest recipient on this specific one.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. Trustee Johnson, at Winona State, 25% of our student body is Wisconsin students. So it's a significant portion of our student body down at Winona State, so.
When my question was, is the reciprocity material? Is there a material difference to you, impact to you?
I believe those students get funded as the same as if they're a Minnesota student, and that's how it's funded down from the state. So, yeah. And then reciprocity is what they exchange between the states to make sure it balances out in the end.
Well, so if 25% of your student body is from Wisconsin, if you collected out of state tuition from them, it would be financially material, make a financial material difference. Although would they come to Winona, right?
Correct.
Forever, right?
The entire time I've been in the state of Minnesota, so yes.
Since 1971. And it was put in place, it was put in place because of the income tax issue between Wisconsinites working in Minnesota. It was put in place to provide a reciprocity both on the income tax side as well as this.
Okay.
Now you know why I'm wrong.
Trustee Jacqueline Johnson.
Thank you. I just have a question that is, I think, connected to the other Trustee Johnson's question. Do we keep a kind of import-export ratio between the students coming in and the students going out? I ask that because I'm more familiar with how this works at private institutions, where there is an import and an export agreement between certain private institutions, and I'm not sure if it matters, but it might. Do we export more than we import, if that makes sense?
Trustee, this is Megan Flores again. I can answer that question. So for the tuition reciprocity program, one thing to note, it's only for public institutions. Minnesota does have separate reciprocity agreements with several entities. The one we're talking about today, in particular with Wisconsin, it is a situation where we typically have a higher population, the state of Minnesota does, than the state of Wisconsin. We do have an annual legislative report where we track the number of students going each direction, which I can definitely make sure that you all get a copy of if you're interested in those numbers. However, we do not limit the number. There's not a cap on the number of students that go either direction for the undergraduate programs. Some of the graduate programs, specifically where the agreement discusses professional programs, doctoral programs, there can be some caps sometimes on those where certain numbers of places are held. But for undergraduate students, there's nothing that prohibits that number in any way. When you mentioned private institutions, typically there are different kinds of exchanges, like the Tuition Exchange Inc. or CIC is another common one. The ELCA has one. There's a Catholic College Exchange. Those are typically exchange agreements between a consortium of private institutions, and those typically do have caps on those numbers.
Any other questions? And just to note, the same request went before Board of Regents and in early October, they also took action on it and passed. So if no other questions, is there a motion? It's been moved? Second, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? That one's passed. Okay, our next item on the agenda is the proposed amendment to Board Policy 5.15 fundraising. This is the second reading. With that, I'll turn it back over to Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. In your packet is the redlined proposed changes to Board Policy 5.15. There have been some revisions since the first reading in October after the comment period ended, and the Finance and Facilities Division worked with Jen Dobbacy, the System Director for Foundation Services, as well as Office of General Counsel. We addressed those comments and made some changes that hopefully improve the clarity of the policy. The first one is the policy name has changed from fundraising to fundraising principles. And the primary number of, or the majority of the comments we received had to do with how related foundations interacted with this policy, and if this policy was suggesting or promoting fundraising outside of the fundraising arms of the universities and the colleges, the foundation. So part 2 of fundraising, you'll see there's a paragraph that starts that talks about related foundations, and that if there is a contract with the college and university, it's exempt from the requirements in this policy. The other change since the first reading is we also, this policy, or this clearly states the system's position on gambling and has descriptions related to raffles. So instead of raffles not being prohibited by this policy, if the language was changed to say raffles are allowed if the following things are adhered to. So those are the major changes. It's a rather straightforward, brief policy. There's a motion for your consideration to approve this amendment, and we will stand for any questions or comments.
Questions on the changes?
One small one. In part 4, the first line, line 47, there's the new addition of the phrase upon request, which my reading suggests that something that was previously expected automatically is now subject to a specific request from the system office. And I'm wondering why that language was added.
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Coles, that language was also there in the first reading, and I believe it was added because I don't believe these reports were happening on a regular basis. This policy hadn't been looked at for 25 years. So we added that language to reflect what had been current practice over the course of this policy.
So I presume that the procedure underlying this policy will now be changed in order to expect an annual, or to make a request for an annual report?
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Coles, I don't, there is not a procedure that goes along with this policy.
Trustee Teffer?
This is just a quick question related. You said this policy hasn't come before us for 25 years. Is that correct? No, whatever the time frame is. I just need to know for myself because I've been doing this for a while. Thank you. I've been doing this for a while, and with ASA, we're really we try very hard. We have such a huge pile of things that we go through. They need to be reviewed every 5 years. So is it true that that's not a system? Is that only for ASA or is that for everybody? I'm just asking. Thank you.
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Teffer, it's 5 years for all areas of policy. I would say that academic and student affairs has a well-oiled machine in this particular area. I also would say that when Chancellor Olson came aboard, one of his directives to cabinet was to get these policies up to date. So we're doing a lot of catch up, and we can only do so many each year. So that's why this is coming, and there's probably going to be others. I'll be sitting here the next one is 10 years. So
Yeah. Just so you know, it's a little hair on fire for us because we have such a magnitude of these things. So I have a huge amount of empathy for your catch up. Thank you.
Other questions with regards to the second reading?
To Cheryl's point and to Don, the accounting guy, why can't we just get rid of some of these? I mean, well,
I think that one of the things that we should be always looking at is, as we are looking at policy, if there is an opportunity where it's no longer needed, to look and say where we get rid of it.
Well, Chair Hipsch, Trustee Janicic, we did have that conversation related to this particular policy, and I believe that the aspect of it that we believe made it necessary after consulting with legal counsel was the system's position on gambling. Is there reason to keep the policy?
If there are no other questions, is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, we will move on to our next item, which is the proposed amendment to board policy 5.10 reserves and year-end fund balances. This is the first reading, so first time coming back to us after the great conversation that we had as the trustees in September, I believe. So with that, I'll turn it over to Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch, and I have a presentation to walk the committee through. So this was a significant part of the finance and facilities work plan for the 24-25 academic year. So looking at our reserves and creating more flexibility at the system level was also a strategic topic, and was first introduced and discussed at the retreat in September, as noted. Today, we have the first reading. The red line policy and procedure has gone out for comment and is in process. But I am going to spend some time, more so than we do on other policies, to walk through some definitions related to it, as well as some of the rationale for the changes. So the impetus behind this policy review, and now I hesitate even saying this first bullet, but we're much better than the last one. This has only been a decade. This had not been reviewed, and it was slated for review as part of our catch up. But the main reason that we're looking at this is that last fiscal year, there was discussion about the size of the system-wide reserve being $14 million, and whether that was sufficient to support cash flow needs for enterprise-wide projects, the system office, and to provide assistance to colleges and universities experiencing short-term financial challenges. At that time, it was reported that we expect the system-wide reserve at the end of this fiscal year to be just over $6 million due to commitments that have been made. This is on a all funds budget for the system of $2.4 billion and a general fund budget of $1.8 billion. So for the amount of activity that we have related to, that's a very small level of discretionary reserve at the system level. So that's one of the reasons we're making this proposal to you this afternoon. So I'm going to start by talking about some of the definitions that are in policy and procedure, and some of it does get into accounting a bit. But some of these terms in the normal course of doing business get used in different ways. So I do want to explain what we mean by reserves as it pertains to this policy and procedure, and as it pertains to creating a system-wide pool. So the main policy change is creating a system-wide reserve pool. And then thirdly, talk about what impact that would have on colleges and universities, as well as the next steps. So first of all, the policy year-end balances. What is meant by year-end balances, and we're focusing on the general fund. And the general fund is our state account, our main operating account that houses our base appropriation, our tuition revenue, and our core academic activity. So as I mentioned, out of our $2.4 billion budget, $1.8 billion of it is in the general fund. So basically, the general fund year-end general fund balances. This policy talks about how we account for that. So basically, we have a starting point at the end of each year. Whatever the revenues are during that year, less the expenses, that becomes the year-end general fund balance that we usually come up with at the end of August or so, like 2 months after the fiscal year. And you can see on the screen that amount, and I'll provide a little more detail, is about $750 million across the system. So you see the 23 and 24 numbers are close to one another at the system level. From a long-term financial sustainability impact, it is best practice that this amount would increase slightly each year. In an ideal world, there'd be a 2 to 3% operating margin at each of our college and university budgets. It does vary year to year, though, as campuses make investments in funds they've saved up over time, or when there's financial difficulties, they plan to use fund balance in certain years to balance their budget. And that's particularly common in odd-numbered fiscal years due to our biennial appropriation being front-loaded into the first year of the biennium. So this is what we mean by year-end fund balances in the policy. Over time, and this goes back to fiscal year 2014, our general fund balances has grown dollar-wise and has grown as a percentage of annual revenue over time. So there's 3 snapshots here, fiscal 14, 19, and 23. And over that time period, fund balances grew from $512 million to $742 million. And then as a percentage of revenue, it grew from 34% to 46%. And I mentioned in fiscal 24, that number is 772.6%. So it went up about $30 million. And again, this is a good financial practice, is that this amount would continue to grow with a positive margin and provide flexibility in institutional and system finances, and also indicative of financial health, so that current year revenues are exceeding current year expenditures in most cases. So the year-end general fund balances, they have 2 components, and these are accounting definitions now, restricted and unrestricted. So restricted balances are those which are restricted by parties external to Minnesota State. Unrestricted balances are not restricted by parties external to Minnesota State. So the vast majority of our year-end fund balances from an accounting perspective are considered unrestricted. However, Unrestricted does not imply there's no purpose for the fund balance. As I will show you later, almost all of the unrestricted fund balance is designated for specific purposes by management. So the unrestricted balances are categorized in one of three ways based on a procedure. The majority is in designated for programs or other uses. The second one is designated for reserves. And right now, the current policy is that needs to be 5 to 7% of the previous year's annual revenue. So in the general fund, for example, if a campus had $10 million in revenues, they should have a general fund balance anywhere from 500,000 to 700,000. Undesignated means that that does not have a purpose. They're not restricted, not designated, or not reserved. And so we're going to focus, the proposal for pooling reserves is focused specifically on funds that are currently designated for reserves. And this is an example from fiscal year 23 and 24 of how our unrestricted year-end balances are allocated. And you'll see the purple in the upper left of each chart. This is the dollar amount we're going to focus on for the system-wide reserve pool that is proposed to be created here. So it's 117 million in fiscal 23, and it's 112.7 million in fiscal 24. The undesignated portion, as I mentioned, that's a very small amount, just over 6 million in 23, just over 4 million in 24. The vast majority is in programs and other uses, which is in excess of $500 million each year. And that's where campuses will designate funds for specific purposes. An example might be a facilities project. It might be saving for future debt service payments on a building project. It might be saving for future next gen contributions for the campus's share of the $12 million towards next gen. It might be for a future land purchase. It might be for future investments related to enrollment management. There's several different purposes, and that's determined locally by the presidents. So the reserves, again, is 5 to 7%. And that's the amount we're going to focus on for the pool, not the programs and other uses that are designated on the campuses that are used for ongoing investments and for other purposes. So I don't know, I may want to pause there and see if there's any questions related to that before I move into the reserves.
Any questions? Chair Sol?
So this slide is system-wide. It's kind of the combination of all the colleges and universities funds.
Chair Hibbs, Chair Sewell, yes, it is the sum of the 26 colleges, 7 universities, and the system office and system-wide activities.
Designated by those colleges and universities for reserves in our reserve setting policy. Chair Hibbs, Chair Sewell, that's correct. The system office or the system-wide reserve is included in there as well. But so that if you take 14 million off the 117.4, 103.4 million is at the colleges and the universities complying with that policy.
Other questions? Seeing none, keep going.
So based on our system policy, there's 3 primary uses for reserves. To protect the system and individual colleges in case of a sudden shortfall in enrollment or in revenue, which could be related to enrollment, to cover unanticipated expenses, and to provide for extraordinary one-time investments. Over time, and you can see by how much is designated for programs and other uses, most colleges and universities never have to access their reserves. It is for very significant financial distress when reserves have to be accessed, or at least that's been the history over the past several years. So as we think about these reserves and if we pool them, the goal is that it would not impact any day-to-day operations at any of the colleges and universities or cause presidents to have to forego investments they were going to make in their facilities or other initiatives, because these reserves are set aside for very significant financial issues.
Just out of curiosity, would we ever use those reserves before we close the campus? Or not close the campus, or before it becomes financially insolvent? So we wouldn't have a discussion like we heard today. Yeah, yeah. As a board, I think we should think about that. Before we lock down a campus because of the finances, would we throw money at it to let it continue?
Chair Hips,
You can't answer that, so that at some point.
well, Chair Hips, Trustee Janicic, one of the goals of setting up a system-wide reserve pool is to address significant financial situations so that there's more flexibility for the board. Right now, with a reserve of just over $6 million, it would be difficult to do that. But if it was $80 million, there would be easier opportunity to do that if the circumstances did arise.
I think one of the additional pieces that came out of the conversation in September was also just really having clear transparency and procedures on when something's going to come to that pool to be used. It comes before the trustees, before those funds would be dispersed. Can you speak to that a little bit? Kind of the policy.
Chair Hips, yes, and it's further on in the presentation as well, is that right now the use of the system-wide reserve, the board has visibility to it. The three uses right now are, two of them are loans from the system-wide reserve to two campuses, and that's part of the June process of approving budgets. And the third reason right now is providing a loan to renovate Wells Fargo Place Tower as part of the renovation of downsizing from around 90,000 square feet to 55,000 square feet, and the operating savings will pay back the loan. And the board approved that financing plan as part of the lease. I can say that, as there's been conversations on this, we had some conversations at Meet and Confers with the statewide bargaining units. One of the suggestions that came up that isn't clear right now in the proposed procedure and will need to be revised is putting clear language on there, especially of whatever use the system office might have for it, that the board does approve that and has visibility of that.
Let's go ahead and keep moving through this, and then we'll have time in a minute to kind of get the overall questions for it.
I'm not sure. I'm not having luck with this sometimes today. So the pool proposal is to create a enterprise system-wide reserve pool. This is a major change in the policy. By having colleges and universities dedicate 5% of their annual general fund revenues, so their reserves, 5% of it. If they have a 7% reserve, it wouldn't be 7, it would be 5. And pooling those funds and making them available at the system level to create a loan fund of approximately $80,000 that would be administered by the chancellor. A couple to keep this pure of what's out for comment right now, this language does need to be changed if this continues to move forward. So this is a one-time transfer of what the reserves funds. It's not $80 million coming from the colleges and universities in fiscal 25 if this move forward. And then we need another 40 million next year and another whatever. This is a one-time change in accounting of moving college and university reserves 5% into a system-wide pool. So that needs to be made clear. Again, key words with this is a reserve pool and it's a loan fund. So we're not, it's not being proposed to take funds from colleges and universities and permanently transfer them to the system office or to another college and university. The intent is that this is a loan fund to be used under limited circumstances that align with the three primary uses for reserves: sudden shortfall in revenues, unanticipated expenses, extraordinary investments. So this would not be a pool that would, as it's being proposed, where there'd just be RFPs out there for people to borrow money from. As I showed you previously, there is fund balance that's programmed and designated for uses and investments at almost all of our colleges and universities for those types of purpose. This is for limited purposes that, in the most part, either have to do with investments that come up once a decade or once a generation, or an institution that has significant financial issues. So the rationale for creating a system-wide reserve, again, I mentioned that the amount in current policy, there could be a maximum of $18 million. We have added slowly to that over time because it's basically been whatever savings there have been out of the system office budget, so that we were able to add to it slowly over the years, and it did get up to $14 million before being allocated for the purposes I mentioned earlier. The short and long-term commitments that we know require a substantial pool of cash to meet system needs. We have known needs. We're currently providing loans. One of the questions I had last time is what if additional colleges and universities needed loans? What if these loans that are currently out there are not enough? What would we do? And we also need cash flow loans for the Next Gen project of 30 to 35 million. And that's to be paid back just because our expenses do not align with our revenues. We have peak periods of expenses when we're in the midst of implementation. So we project to need about 30 to 35 million dollars when we get about in the middle of student implementation as that moves forward. The plan that had been proposed in 2019 to address that need, and in 2020, was that the system office would enter into 15 different agreements with individual institutions to borrow that cash flow for Next Gen. Having this system-wide pool would prevent that and the internal bureaucracy that would go along with it. There would be one source of it, and each college and university would have their share of whatever the cash flow loan was, instead of just targeting certain institutions. The impact on college and university operations, and again, this is my view of the world, so I'm sure presidents and CFOs may have other opinions on this, but I'll share what perspective that we have, and hopefully some data to support that. There's a belief that this would have a minimal impact on college and university financial health. I think it was mentioned at the retreat that the state of Minnesota was borrowing money from our fund balance and from our reserves several years ago to meet state cash flow needs. And I don't believe that had any impact on any day-to-day operations, or that colleges and universities or the system had to forego any investments because of that borrowing that was happening somewhat behind the scenes. Going back to the graph or the pie charts that I showed, reserves are a small portion of our fund balance. So it's 16% at the system level. Again, colleges and universities currently maintain these reserves and rarely, if ever, use them. And there's data to support that. So that's more than an opinion. A loan would use cash from all colleges and universities on a prorated basis and then be paid back with interest on a prorated basis. And then college and university reserve funds, which now reside in the state treasury along with other fund balance reserve receive interest earnings would continue to receive interest earnings sitting in this pool. If colleges and universities would have to use funds in this pools, again, they would be in a pretty significant financial condition, and they would not only be monitored by the system, but also likely the accrediting bodies. The impact on college and university financial health measures. The individual college and university financial statements would not be impacted by this proposal. Their current assets would not change. So instead of it being cash on an individual college and university balance sheet, it would be an advance to the system office. On the system-wide financial statements, it would have no impact. The proposal would also not impact a college and university CFI. Net position is equal to total assets less total liabilities. So total assets would remain unchanged in this calculation. The proposed timeline for this is right now it's out for 30-day comment, and I suspect it's going to need to go out for more comments as we learn more information. Today we're having the first reading. We would continue, assuming we get a green light, to continue to have conversations on accounting procedures and cleaning up the procedures, as well as operating instructions, and working more with Leadership Council and others before bringing it back for implementation later this spring. And then one last slide I have, the stakeholder comments to date, and I've mentioned some of them throughout the presentation, is that a lot of questions about what are the consequences if a loan from the pool is not repaid. And so, as I've mentioned several times, if there is an institution that has to borrow or be loaned funds from this source, there's a lot of interaction that's occurring with the system office related to budget planning and financial results on a regular basis. Does the creation of this pool penalize colleges and universities with solid financial standing? So there was concern about that. Are we taking funds from one institution to help out another? In a sense we are, but we're not permanently moving funds. And this is, trying to act more like a system and to address that concern at the financial level, that there needs to be more reserve funds available than the current 14 million that had been available. Transparency of the system-wide reserve pool activity, we talked a little bit about that. And then how often do colleges and universities contribute to the pool? So those are some of the comments that have come into this point officially through the process, and also with some of the discussions that has occurred at Meet and Confer. So with the statewide bargaining units. So there's a lot more process that needs to take place, but this is what the current position is related to that. And I'm sure there's several questions or comments related to this proposal. So I'll pause and for those questions.
Maybe before we open it up to general questions, I know the leadership councils have had a chance to dig into this a little bit. So I might ask President Brimhall and President Jans if there's anything you'd like to add to from that perspective.
Chair Hipsch, one thing I will say that Vice Chancellor Mackey has done a good job related to this. I know we had huge concerns on Higher Learning Commission and how CFI scores would be impacted. He's addressed that in the latest rounds of this, which has been very helpful. One area that I still have concerns on is I really do believe we need to have a procedure that goes along with this policy, because I have lots of questions that if you need is it still your own money? If you need a loan from that or need to access your own reserves, I think it would be helpful if we actually developed a procedure that goes along with this initial policy. So some of those questions could be answered upfront instead of trying to figure it out on the back end after a policy's been improved, but we don't have actually any procedures in place to how to access or what's the interest rates and things like that.
I agree. It's created a lot of interesting discussions, and I think how you view it really relates directly to maybe length of time in the system. It also relates directly to how your own institution is sitting financially. So if you think you might have to access these funds, you look at it differently than if you're sort of, if you're transferring funds and you've worked to get your funds where they need to be from an institutional cut perspective. So I think it's created interesting discussions, and I too have questions about the policy. I think our CFOs do too, or the procedure, how this works, how transparent we can be. But Bill's been great about answering those questions, and I have no doubt will continue to be involved as this evolves.
Can you talk, Vice Chancellor Mackey, on kind of what your thought pattern is on how will co-air kind of be developing both the policy and the procedure at the same time? Because I agree with the comments. It'd be nice to be able to see at least in a pretty well formed out piece there before we get to the second reading and approval on it.
Chair Hips, there is an accompanying procedure that was included in the packet, so we are developing them at the same time. I do think as this process has started, though, the level of detail in the procedure is not sufficient at this point, but we are, my expectation is bringing this forward. It was similar to the tuition and fees a year or two ago, is that the procedure needs to be with the policy, because the policy doesn't say enough to understand exactly what's happening. So the red line procedure is in the packet. It is out for comment at the same time as a policy. We have a system-wide finance meeting in December, and we do have a lot of good questions and additional detail that needs to be added before and I probably wasn't clear enough on this, before we get additional comments and before we bring it to you for final consideration this winter.
Questions? Jacqueline Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch and Vice Chancellor Mackey for this presentation. I'd read through the materials. It was really helpful. I'm trying to think about the policy and the procedures, but also what our role is as a board. And I think that my question is in some ways related to what you were posing earlier, is I believe, and I may be wrong, that this is based on the assumption that our role is to keep every institution whole, solvent, whatever. But how do we know if there comes a time when the loan goes out? And it's one of the questions here. I particularly like the questions and the comments that have come up at the end. And there's an institution that isn't able to reverse enrollment trends or recalibrate in such a way that it's presenting a balanced budget. Could there be a point at which we say that institution is no longer solvent? And again, maybe we can't answer that question, but I am trying to think about this from what is our role as a board in relation to this, and just, always wanting to be optimistic, but also understanding that there is a limited pool of students, that we have a lot of institutions in this state, not just Min-State, but also the private institutions and the University of Minnesota. So I just want us to be clear about what the assumptions are, if we can be clear, and maybe we can't be at this point, but I do think it's worthy of consideration. Thank you.
Vice Chancellor Mackey, Chancellor Olson, any response or anything you want to add to that question?
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Johnson, as I think about this proposal, I'm operating under the assumption based on the board that there's a commitment to the current number of institutions that we have. So that's how that's some of the basis of this policy.
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Johnson, part of the work plan that Bill and I are working on this year is to find additional tools to avoid campuses getting anywhere near that kind of threshold. This would be a tool that would help with that. I believe if we had done our analysis and we thought that hypothetically that a campus was beyond the ability to turn it around and recuperate, we wouldn't be loaning this money to them, because that would have already been determined as a fait accompli. Having said that, I have a lot of confidence that all of our campuses are well run. that with a little bit of help, which is what this is talking about, they can stay solvent and stay open. I think we have a track record over the past few decades of demonstrating that sometimes a little bit of a loan can help an institution get past something and then on to greater and greater heights. So that may sound maybe too hopeful, but part of our job is to watch each one of them all the time to make sure that they're heading in the right direction. And we wouldn't use this tool if we thought that they couldn't be turned around into solvency.
Other questions, Chair Sewell?
Would the reserve funds be adjusted annually to account for changes in the individual institution's reserves? Number one. Number two, I assume that the money in our fund stays owned by the college or university that contributes the money to the fund. And if it's lent out, that loan becomes an account payable to, you know, each fraction of the people who've contributed to the fund. Is that right?
Chair Hips, Chair Sewell, yes, that's the basic premise of the mechanics of it. Related to how it would be, when it would be adjusted, that's one of the areas we need more specific language and procedure. I mean, our initial talk that we've had as staff is that it probably wouldn't be something that we'd be adjusting every year. We'd have to see, you know, how many commitments were made out of it and everything else. But that is something that we've gotten a lot of feedback on, that we need to address that more directly in procedure, and it's not there at this point.
Trustee Coles?
It probably goes without saying, but I'm assuming you're working closely with our external auditors and even our bond rating, but I don't know if that in order to assure that the formats of our reporting will be appropriate for this kind of a change and will be viewed as a prudent and proper use of funds. And I would seek that understanding and pre-approval. But I wonder if you could go back just a couple of slides to, you said the uses of this reserve wide. Yes, right here. Potential future needs and known needs. So I believe the lower half of this, the short-term and long-term commitments, these reflect the anticipated uses of such a fund. Is that fair, or that you're beginning to shape as what might be considered part of the procedure or purpose as stated in policy? Correct? Sorry, Bill, I'm just going to keep going for a second. I note that the potential future needs now includes building demolition, and I know this is a hot topic, so that would be a brand new kind of procedure to be instigated presumably by campuses, but perhaps pushed in some fashion by the system office. And loans for extraordinary situations, if that's a potential future need that isn't covered by the known needs currently, what would be examples of those? So I'm pointing at these less for a clear answer today, but I think part of what we should recognize needs to be detailed in a second reading, or at least defined more clearly in a second reading. Thanks.
Chair Hips, Trustee Coles, we did before we presented this at the retreat or with Leadership Council, we did consult with our external auditors related to this proposal. So that was important to us as well, to make sure we're on the right track there. You know, related to purposes, the potential future needs. So there's been discussion about building demolition, and you'll hear more about that again in the, the biennial budget request coming up later this afternoon. Is that, there are some colleges and universities that don't have funding sources. And if they were able to take other funding sources, and if they were able to take down a building, they could realize operating savings and rid themselves of deferred maintenance, and probably also improve the overall campus environment by getting rid of a tired building. So that was one of the suggestions, that may be something on a limited basis that could be entertained. Extraordinary situations, that is left vague intentionally. I can give you one example where the system office has borrowed funds, and it was a number of years ago. It had to do with one of our colleges. I think it was Dakota County Technical College had an opportunity to purchase some land that became available. And if they didn't buy it immediately, they were going to lose out on the opportunity, and they didn't have the cash flow available to do it. So the system office provided some funding, and it was paid back to capture that opportunity. That's the only example I have. I don't have more than that, and I don't. We'll have to work on a definition of that. The extraordinary is what's in current policy for reserve use. So that's why the term is being utilized here. And not to door on priorities we may not be able to anticipate over the next few years.
If I may, quick follow-up. I appreciate the comment about the building demolition costs and the campuses, but my expectation is that historically, they've been looking for an external source of funds, which would be a grant from the state or a bond that they would only be responsible for repaying in part. And in this case, we'd be creating a loan, essentially, which might burden that formula against taking action on the part of the. So I want to make sure that we're being realistic about the cost benefit analysis of loans for that purposes versus whatever else we might call it, a grant or so forth.
Chair Hibbs, Trustee Coles, kind of an enhancement of what Bill was saying. Just a reminder, while we have some new board members here, this board has recently had concern about campuses that have underused facilities, not overbuilt in terms of the number of campuses, but overbuilt in terms of the number of buildings on campuses. And this is an attempt to address that concern that this board has spoken of. The other thing is, my understanding about demolition is that if we are seeking bonding dollars from the state of Minnesota, the only way to get demolition money through that is if you're going to then build something new on the place of what was there, which doesn't really address the board's concern about some of our campuses being a little bit overbuilt in terms of their facilities. So this fund would allow for a building which wasn't meant to be replaced with anything, because the campus has more classrooms than it needs or whatever. And there are examples of that in our system. There are examples of buildings that are past their natural use and where the campus does not need a new facility to replace it. The state won't fund that, is my understanding, right, Bill? And so this is an attempt to address that board concern through our own means.
Chair Hibbs, Trustee Coles, another example related to demolition is that there really aren't any revenue streams in the revenue fund for some of our housing at some of our campuses too. So this would provide an opportunity there, because we were not able to issue bonds for demolition, but we do have a list of several campuses that would like to deal with tearing down housing that's in the revenue fund. And there's no state ability, even coupling it with another project to get those fundings.
Trustee Teffer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This may seem extremely naive, but this question has to do with the property that we own, the physical structures, which is exactly what we're talking about here. It seems to me that if we're taking 100% of the of the cost of like removing a structure. We have a lot of structures. I think somebody told me we have what, the second largest body of structures in Minnesota, other than the state house and basic structures like that, the Capitol. What is the obligation or the responsibility of the state of Minnesota for our buildings and structures? I mean, in terms of like removing them, it seems to me that that's a broad public good for everyone. And it seems to me that it's a pretty heavy burden for us to have because of what we have. We have campuses that span back decades that were rational and developed at the time. And now this board sits here 50 or 60, whatever years later, with real estate and structures that need to be attended to. There's also a cost to the people of Minnesota to try to maintain an ancient structure that isn't safe. And to say nothing of the overall liability cost for something if there's a hazard involved. So I don't know what kind of pull or thought there is in the state legislature for this or whatever, but it seems to me that this particular board is sitting, holding the bag on this, and it seems to me that this doesn't seem very just. It's just a comment, and I don't know if you have any comments back.
In one thing we'll notice in one or two action items, one of the parts of our bonding request or one of our operating requests to the legislature is to get some of the dollars to help with that demolition side. Thank you.
And is there an initiative to try to get the legislature to change the language that says you can only replace something that you're tearing down? I would think that would be in the environment where they're seeking us to reduce our footprint, that they would be open to the idea that removal without replacement might be a statutory change that they'd be open to.
And Chair Hips, Trustee Sharon, I think that's why we're pursuing the strategy of getting cash for demolition. I don't know this for certain, but I'm sure with the bonding part of it that there's no asset when we tear something down. So that's the issue more than the state is them selling bonds for us to do a standalone demolition project.
How will the board be informed of loans made through this policy?
Chair Hips, Trustee Johnson. So it will be, this will need to be spelled out in procedure, exactly what that looks like currently. If there is a loan to an institution, it is part of the approval process of the annual budgets in June. If it has been for a system-wide purpose, it has been part of the financing plan when a project has been brought to the board, but it is not clearly stated yet in this, and that's one of the comments that came up that we'll have to work on some language. But to this point, I mean, the goal is to have accountability and transparency. We just have to make sure it's clear in the policy and the procedure.
Other questions?
As I look at this, for the short-term, long-term commitments, loans for providing short-term assistance to colleges is one of the needs for expanding this pool from the system office perspective, and also for Next Gen, which is a system office concern because of our reserves not being adequate to cover these things and anticipating long-term obligations. So, and then building demolition, which I would set aside. But those two known needs, am I accurate in understanding that as we've been struggling with these expanding costs around Next Gen, and then these problems that are occurring in some of our campuses are driving the need for us to make ask of our campuses to contribute to a system-wide pool? Am I understanding that correctly? That's the first one. And the second one is, I understand that part of this proposal, I think it's been mentioned somewhere, is that we're changing in the policy what is required of the campuses in terms of what they set aside for reserves and what then, how they maintain their reserve requirements plus meet their obligations to the state system. Can you speak to those two issues?
Chair Hipsch, trustee Sharon. Yes, the known needs are causing this conversation of increasing a system-wide reserve above $14 million or above even $18 million that's in policy. I would continue to stress that the colleges and universities are not losing funding by being part of this pool. It is just being held centrally to provide that opportunity. So it isn't paying in $5 million and then it's gone. It's the reserve, and instead of sitting at the campus, it's going to sit at the system office in this pool. One of my team members referred to this as we were discussing it somewhat like a credit union where you make your deposits and then things are loaned out. It's still your money when it's deposited, and that would be a similar concept here. We are, and I did not mean to skim over that. We are looking at raising the ceiling of the reserve levels. It had been 5 to 7%, and again, since this hasn't been looked at for 25 years, in 2000, most colleges and universities couldn't even get to 3% for reserves. It was a challenge. But we look now at the fund balances and the information that I've shown. Some colleges and universities would just as soon carry a higher reserve. So we're suggesting raising the ceiling from 7 to 10%, but the minimum is still the 5%.
And just a clarification on so the campuses still own the dollars, and they're still getting paid interest on those dollars. That interest payment continues to go back to the individual campuses.
Chair Hipsch, that's correct. Whether it would be sitting in their account in the state treasury or the system office's account in the state treasury, they'll receive the same amount of interest earnings.
Microphone.
I did turn it on. Sorry. Chair Hipsch, Vice Chancellor Mackey. So I think I now understand this, and my question really has to do with the Higher Learning Commission and the CFI. So if it's the case that I still own whatever I've given into the system reserve as a campus, that's why I don't have a problem with the CFI. Is that right? With the Higher Learning Commission? I'm asking this, I'm sorry, but I just finished a peer review of an institution in Oklahoma, and I got to do the financial part. So read more audit reports than I ever want to confess to. And I'm not sure that I entirely understand the CFI for institutions in the system, but is that why it works that way? Because I still have the asset as an institution, even though I don't own it, so to speak. It resides in a different place. Does that make sense? It's a question.
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Johnson, I'm sorry, you get assigned criterion 5. I usually do it. I usually do it too, and that's what I usually get. I'm a peer reviewer as well, and I usually get assigned that one too. So yes, that's exactly correct. I also think that there could be an advantage too. I mean, being part of a system and knowing that there's a safety net as being part of a system financially versus just being a standalone institution with a struggling CFI. I think that's fairly compelling too for indicating the financial health of our colleges and universities when one is in a struggling position.
Maybe this is where I mixed up. I keep asking the same question. I know of you, Vice Chancellor Mackey, but the 5% that's required of the campuses to withdraw from their appropriation to be placed in reserves, that's that amount. You might recommend they increase that amount, but is the 5% that we now require by policy, is that the money we're talking about them transferring into the pool? Or is it money they maintain 5% locally and then in addition, raise money to go to the pool? Maybe that's where I'm getting mixed up.
Chair Hipsch, trustee Sharon, it is taking their existing reserves and transferring it into the pool. So right now it's 5 to 7. So 5 is the floor. So this policy suggests the floor, which is 5%. Many of our institutions have a 7% reserve. So 2% of the reserve would stay locally and they would contribute the 5% because that is the minimum.
Great discussion. Other questions before? Go ahead.
I just have a code at the end.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. So this board has had a lot of interest in systemness. This is what financial systemness looks like to me. This is one for all and all for one. This is us as a system, making sure that all of our campuses have the tools and resources they need. So that has been an interest to this board. And I just, as you think about this before you take a vote in January, I would encourage you to just think about it kind of from that systemness framework. This, to me, this is what financial systemness looks like.
This is just a comment, but I would certainly be interested in knowing how the presidents feel about all of this. We haven't really suggested or commented very much on them. I have a feeling I came from a family with 6 siblings, and when there are family matters, there's always a whole lot of voices in my family, right? And I sort of think about the presidents that way. They have their own assets and liabilities. They have their own geography. They have their own cultures. And now we're looking at their money, right? And if you've ever been in a big family, that looking at the money part there's the rub, right? So I just want to be sure that the presidents are like-minded in all of this. I know that this will come back to us and we'll have another conversation, but I hope that they have the opportunity to do the sibling thing and let us know how this is going to be okay in their neck of the woods. Thank you.
And I would echo that to our president liaisons and all presidents, please make sure to be engaged in the comment period. Help us make it better as we work through both the policy and the procedures. So with that, since we've been an hour and a half into this 3-hour marathon session, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, I think we're gonna go ahead and get started. Come back into session. Our next item is the fiscal 2025 operating budget update. And with that, I'll turn it over to Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. In onboard, there's a packet related to a fiscal year 25 operating budget update that includes a spreadsheet of updated enrollment projections, as well as each college and university's updated budget as of October from the budget that was approved in June. So I'm going to hit upon some highlights going through this presentation. Typically, we have been providing this update in October, and we started this process in fiscal year 2020. Of course, that particular year, there was a lot of volatility related to enrollment and revenues as we were in the pandemic. So we've continued of providing updates after fall enrollment is basically in to see what significant changes have occurred since June. We had planned on delaying this by a month this year to give additional time due to the implementation of Workday in July. And I will touch a little bit upon some of the challenges we're having related to Workday and how it relates to managing budgets at our colleges and universities. So at a high level, our fiscal year 25 operating budget update enrollment is improving over fiscal year 24. Most colleges and universities are experiencing enrollment increases higher than were projected in June. Enrollment growth then, of course, is driving increased revenue projections for tuition and fees. It's also helping the revenue fund as residential housing occupancy has also increased with the increase in enrollment. In addition, planned use of fund balance to balance the 25 budget, there's less reliance on that with the increase in the other revenue sources. Related to Workday, and we go through a process for updating budgets. We reach out to each one of our colleges and universities, and they provide us additional information, including a narrative of what changes have occurred since June, if there's been new opportunities, new challenges. And of course, not to our surprise, based on the frequent conversations we have related to Workday, that the Workday implementation, there was significant challenges presented related to being able to have accurate and up-to-date budget information that the campuses were comfortable with. And I would say this results generally, as we look at these budget updates, or overall in a more conservative approach in adjusting their budgets, especially with expenditures being hard to manage at this point of the process. And so I do want to acknowledge that to the committee, as well as to my campus colleagues, because these are significant issues that need to get fixed. And I just want to point out two of them. One of them is related to payroll, is that there's been delays in posting payroll to accounting. So obviously we've talked earlier today in the financial statements of compensation being our main expenditure. It's much more difficult to track that currently until we get caught up on payroll posting. In addition, as we've moved into a Workday environment, we are still learning the reporting capabilities and having reports that are understandable, not only to CFOs and other finance leaders and managers, but also to non-finance users. And that's been a significant challenge that is still being worked on. So it is a significant theme that came out of this process. And in full transparency, I believe it, we need to acknowledge it head on, that these are issues that the campuses are struggling with, as well as the system office, as we go through this conversion.
question for you, Vice Senator Mackey, on the payroll posting one, do we have a line of sight of when that will be resolved or kind of where that stands?
Chair Hips, right now, the process is there's, the team is working on fixing the duplicate entries that occurred in August. So that's why we stopped posting payroll, because it wasn't accurate. So they're working on that first and getting that caught up. The exact timeline, unfortunately, I don't have one at this point, except that there's been lots of discussion about making sure that whatever short-term fixes there might be available, that it doesn't compromise data in the long term. Because of course, we can reflect costs in many different ways. So you could make a journal entry to account for that, but we need accurate financial information at the position and the employee level for many, many different reasons. So that's continually being worked through, and we're providing updates on a regular basis to the finance community as well as to the presidents. But unfortunately, I don't have a specific date to share at this point.
My main concern on it is the longer that time period goes on, the more it's going to take to Herculean effort to get caught up. With new payroll every 2 weeks, that's going to just continue to expand on the amount of back work that's going to have to get done. So, is there any? Do we feel like we're getting the right attention of it with Workday and with the groups to be able to resolve it?
Chair Hips, we're having ongoing conversations with Team Workday related to this, and looking at even getting more resources on hand to address these issues. But it's one of those areas where there was a lot of focus on making sure people were paid, obviously, which is critical. And then now we need to get the whole payroll process complete from beginning to end. So there's hasn't been as much attention paid to these issues until more recently. So moving to enrollment, the enrollment projections in June for fiscal year 25. You can see as a system, colleges and universities were planning on a 1.3% increase. Universities essentially flat, colleges a 2.1% increase. Those projections updated in October with fall enrollment and summer enrollment. Colleges are planning on a 5.9% annual increase, and universities 2.3% for an overall 4.5% increase. These projections are updated a few times during the year, and we submit these to the state. So the next enrollment projections will be in February once spring semester is ongoing. And then in May, again, in preparation for the budget approvals at the June board meeting. I would say, generally speaking, these projections are probably more on the conservative side based on the year-to-date numbers that we've seen, and which is pretty explainable from a financial planning budgeting perspective when we're coming off, over a decade of enrollment declines, is not over projecting enrollment and then not having that revenue to deal with it. So we'll continue to provide updates on that. But if those of you that have been here a while, if you recall, we were sitting here 5 years ago or 4 years ago when we started this process, and it was just the opposite. Campuses are projecting to be down 2%, and we're down 7% instead, and we were in the other direction. So this is a much better place for us to be in, obviously. And then this just shows the overall historic and projected enrollment for the system over time. We talked this morning about fiscal 24 was 2.4% or 2.5% over fiscal 23. And then all the projections, and there's conservative enrollment projections for 26 and 27, relatively flat from 25 numbers, but we're generally getting enrollment projections out for a couple years based on what the Office of Higher Education also needs from the system. So this just gives the committee an overview of where we've been and where we think we're headed at this point. The all funds budget update for October. The column on the left is the approved budget from June. The column on the right is updated as of October. So this is broken down by the general fund, the revenue fund, and then all of our other funds. You know, at the system level, you know, not a lot of huge changes. The general fund revenue up 1.3%. Revenue fund revenue up about $1 million or just under 1%, and other funds up about 2.5%. Accordingly, some of our operating costs are also up 1.7% in operating costs. Compensation costs projected relatively even. The budget gap between the two, and that's where I referred to less fund balance needed to balance the budget. Campuses were projecting on using 52 million in June, and now that number is down to 38 million or 38.5 million in this October update. Zeroing in on the general fund operating budget, and this breaks it down in a little more detail. You can see the tuition revenue is projected to be up 3%, and that's due to the enrollment increase. And all enrollment increase isn't treated the same as it is projected tuition. You know, we have reports from some colleges and universities where they're seeing increased enrollment activity in college and the schools or concurrent enrollment. Obviously, that doesn't have the same impact on tuition revenue. The universities, whether it's undergraduate students or graduate students, that has a difference on tuition projections. But that's what's being projected for tuition right now. You can see on the expense side, again, a pretty conservative approach being taken. So there's compensation and operating costs going up slightly, and again, less of a budget gap than there was in June being projected in October. So the milestones remaining, I mentioned the enrollment projections, but for fiscal year 25, we'll also talk about enrollment is also part of the system financial health indicators that will report in January. We won't see as many institutions, if any, triggering the enrollment indicators like we've seen the past several years, because enrollment is in a positive direction. We went through several years where, you know, many institutions were triggering that indicator. There'll be a budget update for 25 that's submitted as part of the operating budget process later in the spring. And of course, probably most important on this slide is continue the stabilization of our Workday platform so that we have all the procedures in place. And so we catch up and then are able to have year-to-date projections and that are accurate like they were and up to date like they were in our old system. So high-level overview of what's in your packet, and I'll pause and see if there's any more questions or comments from the committee.
Any questions on the operating budget?
How do you report progress to the budget at a system level and by college to the board? Is that monthly, quarterly?
Chair Hips, Trustee Johnson, what has been our practice the last few years is there had been the initial budgets approved in June for the next fiscal year, which starts a couple weeks after the June board meeting, providing a fall update in October, and then financial health indicators in January, and then a spring budget update during the May-June timeline, and getting ready to prepare the next year's budget for approval.
Any other questions? This is informational only, so no motions coming up, just to give an update. So if we're ready, let's move on to the 26-27 biennial budget request. This is the second reading, so there will be a motion at the end of this section. With that, I'll turn it over to Vice Chancellor Mackey.
Thank you, Chair Hips. Every 2 years, the Board of Trustees submits its biennial operating budget request to the governor and the state legislature for their review and consideration. Today, we bring forth and ask for approval for the 26-27 biennial budget request. The first reading of this proposed request occurred at the October board meetings in Staples. Sharing with the committee an overview of the timeline of this process. Minnesota State needs to submit its request by the end of this month to start the process of getting consideration of our request, starting with MMB, the governor's office, and the legislature. So we expect that we'll gain more information related to the priorities and of the request and various aspects of it as we go through this process, starting with likely a presentation to MMB and the governor's office, to legislative hearings that we'll have after legislative session starts in January. This then culminates with the legislative session ending in May, before asking the board to approve 26 budgets at its June meeting. The request for 26 and 27 that's in front of you, there are not any major changes since the first reading. You'll hear and see in your packet, there's more detail related to especially the student support and the workforce focus support portion of the request. But overall, the request for your consideration is $465 million. A $365 million base request for student affordability and system operations, $40 million for student support and $40 million for workforce focus support, and $100 million in one-time funding for critical infrastructure needs. And we'll take a moment, and I'll also have some colleagues assist me walking through the priorities. So we'll go through each one of them briefly. But before that, additional feedback since the first reading, I would say overall, there's support for the priorities of the request. There was significant discussion, and in your packet, there's a page or so dedicated to some of the feedback that was received from the statewide bargaining units and student associations. I would say the most significant discussion was related to tuition rates for the 25-26 academic year and the 26-27 academic year, especially from the statewide student associations, wanting to know, what rates were being considered. And then, further clarification, as well as stressing the need for additional student support. And then there were also additional areas of consideration that were brought forth for critical infrastructure. So moving into each of the areas, the base increase for student affordability and system operations, this request of $285 million would be to increase our revenue by 5% each year of the biennium based on what our costs were in the fiscal year 25 general fund budget. If we were to receive this funding, it would move the system closer to the statutory goal of 67% from the state, 33% from some students through tuition. We expect to be about 56-44 this year. And the enrollment growth could push that to 55-45 because, of course, we get more tuition revenue with more students. If this was approved, we could project to be at about 60-40 in fiscal year 27. We also, again, are focusing on getting as much of this funding as possible if this request was approved so that tuition rates could be kept down, but we are not seeking a specific tuition freeze with this proposal as we have in the past. Just wanted to share again, and this biennial math sometimes it can be hard to explain. So this is the calculation of how we came up with the 285 million. And focusing on the bottom line, 1.87 billion in expenses, a 5% increase would be 93 million more in 26. We would need that 93 million again in 27, plus another 99 million for a 5% increase, which would be another 192 million. So that's where the 285 million comes from. Just to make some comparisons to our last biennial budget, or the current biennium we're in, we received 203 million in fiscal year 24 and 25. 128 million of it was in stabilization, plus 75 million from the tuition freeze funding. We also asked for 61 million in supplemental budget request in 25 that unfortunately was unfunded. So the total needs we had last biennium were about 264 million compared to this $285 million in this request. So related to the tuition flexibility portion of this request is designed to allow the board to set tuition through its extensive consultation process and to allow decision-making to be more respected at the campus level. The board hasn't had the sole authority of setting tuition since fiscal year 2013. There either have been tuition freezes or reductions in place, or there have been tuition caps that have been part of the budget bill. This also tries to address some of the conversations that the committee had in June related to having more flexibility with differential tuition rates for high cost programs. As we talked in June, there was also language in the budget bill that prevented complete flexibility in that area. What this would do if this was improved is that the student involvement in decision-making and the consultation process would need to be even more robust this year than it is in a typical year. Not that it isn't robust, but there would be more variability with scenarios with the tuition flexibility. So as we learn more information, there would be guidance that would be updated about what type of ranges of tuition increases may or may not be acceptable, where in past years it would be, well, 3% is the limit, or like the year we're in right now, tuition is frozen. So the consultation process and the student involvement in decision-making and the letters, that whole process will be very fluid over the next few months as we have discussions with students and learn more information about how this budget proposal, if approved, is progressing through the legislative process. The critical infrastructure concerns, there's three major components of this. And this came out strong in the listening sessions. Two of the three components did. There's $50 million in additional funding for asset preservation. If we were to receive this funding, and there was a bonding bill that was similar to the bonding bill that was entertained at the end of last session, that would provide $110 million of funding to our colleges and universities. And that would address at least the number one HEAPR priority at every one of our colleges and universities. The second one for building demolition, we've added some additional language. We were silent, but intended that there would also be funding available for site repurposing. And we're not talking about building new buildings on top of where a building would be taken down, but allowing it to have green space and to fit in with the campus environment. The third item, additional funding for the Workday student implementation. $25 million. There's a need for that, and there'll be further conversation when that proposal is brought to the board. But there is more funding needed for the implementation of NextGen, and this 25 million would reduce the level of contribution that the colleges and universities would need to make over the long term. And I'm going to move to the student support portion, and like Associate Vice Chancellor Paul Shepard to come forward and provide some additional information related to this portion of the request.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey, Chair Hipsch, and members of the committee. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you about the critical importance of the student support component of the biennial budget request. Support from the Board of Trustees and the state legislature has enabled Minnesota State to implement transformational student support resources to address basic needs and security, student mental health, and other barriers students experience that interfere with their success. The creation of a centralized basic needs resource hub, the implementation of Mantra Health as a supplemental student mental health resource, and the establishment of a robust system-wide emergency grant program provides a comprehensive network of support available to all students at all colleges and universities in the Minnesota state system. Campus leaders consistently report they are experiencing increases in the number of students that are seeking support resources. With increased enrollment in programs in place like the North Star Promise, American Indian Scholars, and others designed to increase access to higher education, a coordinated student support infrastructure designed to support persistence and retention is increasingly important so that we can provide the consistent support necessary for our students to be successful. Since the launch of the Centralized Basic Needs Resource Hub, 2,200 Minnesota State students have reached out seeking support to address challenges with housing expenses, homelessness assistance, utility assistance, and emergency food resources. Over 86% of students contacting the Resource Hub reported that that was the first time that they had sought support. And over 96% of students reported a positive experience engaging with the Resource Hub team. After a vigorous RFP process that involves students, faculty, and staff, and support from the Board of Trustees, a contract with Mantra Health was established as the system-wide supplemental mental health resource for students. Mantra Health provides students with equitable access to telecounseling services, urgent after-hours care, peer support, and additional mental health resources. Since launching Mantra at all 33 colleges and universities this past September, over 550 students are now receiving support from Mantra. We expect that number to exponentially increase in the weeks and months to come as our marketing and communication strategy designed to increase student awareness and utilization will mature. Some examples of recent successes include just last week, an email was sent to students at Bemidji State University that resulted in over 20 students logging into Mantra in less than 3 minutes from the delivery of the email. Similarly, at Winona State University, a colleague in residence life sent an email to students living in the residence halls there about Mantra, and over 50 students logged in shortly after receiving that email. We have collected additional examples of how our faculty and staff at our colleges and universities have worked with our partners at Mantra to get students the support they need very quickly. We are just at the beginning stages of our implementation of Mantra, but early indicators have suggested there is tremendous potential and excitement for how this resource will advance our capacity to support student mental health. The system-wide emergency grant program launched in March 2024, and since that time, 3,184 students have received an emergency grant to address an unexpected financial emergency that was jeopardizing their ability to continue their educational journey. When adding the amount of funding already distributed to students and the amount of funding obligated to students and soon to be distributed, we have allocated just over $2 million to students across the system. Among the students receiving an emergency grant, 43% reported experiencing homelessness while in school. 31% reported having responsibility for at least one minor child, and 71% reported struggling with more than one financial emergency. The barriers most frequently cited by our students receiving emergency grants are related to transportation, food insecurity, housing insecurity, and childcare. The need for emergency grant funding is clearly demonstrated by our experiences within the first 8 months of the program. The funding provided for this program during the last legislative session will not be adequate to meet the needs expressed by students. We know from our previous assessment efforts that the challenges related to basic needs and security and mental health are disproportionately experienced by the student populations identified within our Equity 2030 goal. The implementation of the system-wide initiatives mentioned and additional resources to support free course materials are powerful tools that represent a significant advancement in our collective capacity to address the very real barriers our students face. These tools will not be as effective in making the impact we can for students without the staff and faculty at our colleges and universities that stand with our students every day to raise awareness of these resources and connect our students to these essential resources.
Any questions for Mr. Shepherd?
You gave us the number. How many have asked for support? Was it 200 or?
Chair Hipsch, Trustee Johnson, in terms of the emergency grant program, we have 3,184 students that have received an emergency grant since that program was launched back in March.
How about overall support? We gave a number right up front of the number of students that have asked for some support. And a couple other questions. The
Sure, Chair Hipsch and Trustee Johnson, I think the number you're referring to is the students that contacted our Basic Needs Resource Hub, since that launched approximately 2 years ago, and that was approximately 2,200 students. In terms of the emergency grant program, the average grant received by a student is approximately $600. And in terms of the percentage of the 32.5 million going to Mantra Health, our contract with Mantra Health was already paid for through the legislative investment made during the last session. So this investment for this biennial budget request will be focused on faculty and staff at our colleges and universities that can connect students to resources like Mantra and the others I've mentioned.
Trustee Sewell.
Could you tell us how the Mantra service works? Is that online counseling or?
Sorry about that. Yes, students are able to log into Mantra either online or through an app they can download with their STAR ID and password, and they are connected to an array of resources through either the website or the app.
Trustee Erlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A follow-up on Mantra. So is it a human, is it a Zoom human, or is it a phone human, or is it, I mean, there are pretty decent like Wobot online apps that are, it's robot. So I have a question about, is it a human being? Number two, if the student has health insurance, federal government passed a law a long time ago to require equal coverage for behavioral health. So if the student has insurance, does the insurance program then help fund it or not? To help additional, spread the resource more. If they don't, if the student, if the counselor, therapist at Mantra determines a student has a very serious mental health issue, not just maybe mild anxiety, do they refer the student to a physician or some other more serious? Okay. And then, is the Mantra Health staff trained specifically for student mental health and the interaction with academics? That was a lot of questions.
Chair Hipsch and Trustee Erlinson, I trust you'll help me out if I miss anything, but I think I have all of that. They are human counselors that are connected through Mantra, and the interface would look more similar to Zoom than phone. It's all done within the app or within the website. So it's embedded and is fully vetted in terms of the requirements that would be needed for that type of an appointment. I think also you had asked about the need for insurance. Our contract with Mantra does not require any sort of insurance, or there is no engagement with any insurance that a student may have. So the insurance component is really separate from anything that students would engage with as it relates to Mantra. And I feel
there was so a student may have health insurance that covers behavioral health, which they may not know. So if someone goes to like when my daughter gets care on her campus, they bill our insurance, whether it's physical health or mental health. The Basic Needs Resource Hub, which I love that. Do they explain, or without violating HIPAA laws, like if you have health insurance, whether it's private or public health insurance, informing them that they have behavioral health coverage, so they would be entitled to coverage for, say, a therapist. Now, there's usually co-pays, whereas the mantra is going to be free. So I get that that's but they could get supplemental or additional mental health training or coverage. And then in the basic needs resource hub, do they also, you mentioned students being homeless, those students likely qualify for SNAP benefits and other assistance programs. So does that basic needs resource hub help students apply for Medicaid, Minnesota Care, SNAP benefits, low income heating and energy assistance, which is a federal, I mean, the whole, okay.
Yeah, Chair Hips and Trustee Erlinson, yes, I should mention as well, I know that you asked about is the mantra team trained to work specifically with college students? And the answer to that is yes. They are also working in concert with faculty and staff at our colleges and universities to coordinate care. So if mantra is the first point of contact, they would work directly with the faculty and staff on that particular campus the student is at to coordinate, different care. If that includes referral to community-based providers, if that's appropriate, then that's something that they would do together in consultation with the student. And in terms of the resource hub is referring students to mantra, which is really nice as well. So we are certainly appreciative of our partners there in doing that. And they are helping students apply for SNAP benefits and other benefit programs that students would be eligible for. So students can get assistance for that 24/7 by contacting the resource hub.
Trustee Teffer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comments are also, or my questions are about the mantra program. In a different world, and just, this is my standard that I look at. I spent a long time in professional nursing, and including I worked for 3 years in a locked psychiatric unit. So I understand what that kind of conversation looks like. In a traditional sense, you usually, if you get a person in crisis, which tends to be what you're having in this situation, right? These are people that are under duress and nobody knows them and they just walk, they're right there. Totally different way of doing intake. It is concentrated, it is always in person. Frequently it is in a really controlled environment so that you understand what you have. The concern that I have had for a very long time about this is twofold. Number one, it's the welfare of our student population. And the other flip side of it is our professional liability. In these situations, when you work in a situation where acute crises, mental illness is there is a very large overlay of legal protections for the work you do. And it is very exacting and it is very much to a standard. And when you have a student who is just making a phone call because they are in crisis, literally, I would never do that work. I would never be on the other end. I wouldn't want the professional liability of it. And I would not want the professional angst to wonder if I am doing the right thing. I will say it again, and people in this room probably already know this, that the emergence of acute psychosis, psychiatric emergencies is most likely in ages like 17 to 21. It's our population in a large part. I'm not even asking you to have any answers for me. I just think that if I had a question at all, it'd be about this in terms of a risk management profile for the system. Because one suicide in one of our campuses and one of our dorm rooms, that's followed by one of these conversations. This board doesn't even want to know what that's going to look like. And I'm serious. Just wanted to make that point.
Chair Hipsch and Trustee Teffer, I just wanted to say your point is well taken. And as we were engaged in the process of securing a partner, this was a significant part of that discussion was risk management and legal liability. I would say Mantra is designed not necessarily to address severe mental illness, but to serve as an initial point of contact and an entity that could help connect students with other resources that may be appropriate given that situation.
Can I just follow up and say, you don't know when you get a phone call, what kind of an emergency it is. It can be the crisis of that person's life. It could be they're 15 minutes from suicide, and see that, and they can't assure you of that. They can't assure me of that. those are unknowables, and I understand we are walking here on a very, very unknown playing field. And I know that the world of psychiatric and mental health care has just gone miles in terms of how it's delivered. And I just want to be aware from where I sit about my risk tolerance for things is very low, and it really is practically zero when it comes to a patient. So, which is also a student. So I know you are aware of all of this. I just wanted to put it on the table, so.
One technical question with regards to on the student support piece. So we asked for the second one, emergency grants, which would add 2.5 million. So are we asking for the 2.75 to be added to OHE's budget, or are we saying we want to bring that in to ours so that there'd be two buckets of dollars, what we get directly and then also what we tap into higher ed?
Chair Hips, the board's request is asking for funding to be directed to Minnesota State. So we are asking for the 2.75 million per year to come to Minnesota State. In an ideal world, instead of the current dollars coming to OHE and then to Minnesota State, it would be ideal if we receive those funds directly from the legislature too. So I believe we will also have those conversations if possible.
Other questions? Chair Sewell.
Just getting back to the risk management issues for a moment. Did Minnesota State contract with Montreux?
Chair Hips and Chair Sewell, yes.
Are there risk management aspects to in the contract such that Minnesota State is not responsible for anything that Montreux does wrong?
Chair Hips and Chair Sewell, yes, that is spelled out in the contract. Not having that language in front of me, I fear that I'd fail to provide a complete picture, but I can also say that General Counsel has deeply engaged in the process, including sitting right next to me.
Trustees, I was just emailing with my transactional attorney that works on these contracts. So I can get you the details, but typically if we contract with a third-party vendor to provide services, they agree to defend and indemnify us, and they have to provide insurance. That would be the basic risk management approach. I can confirm whether or not that happened here, but it should have. So that would be the basic approach. And of course, we also participate in the risk management program. So we have our own insurance. It's really self-insurance. So there's sort of multiple ways we try to protect ourselves.
Just looking at the time, I want to keep us moving forward because we have about 20 minutes left. So maybe we can move on to workforce.
The $40 million portion of the request for workforce focused program support, same major categories as was in the first reading. Do want to acknowledge that these funds are jointly led. There's a portion of it for the 27 million for the industry sector programming that's managed through academic and student affairs. The majority of the funds are administered strategically through the Workforce and Economic Development division. So with me to provide comments is Shannon Bryan, our Executive Director for Workforce and Economic Development, and Phil Ariano, our Interim Associate Director for Workforce and Economic Development.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Mackey, Chair Hips, trustees, Chancellor. Thank you for the opportunity to come today to talk about biennial budget request. After the past year, and in particular recently, attending the legislative listening sessions, the one thing that I heard constantly was workforce development, workforce development, workforce development, which brought more ideas for these additional state resources and how they could help align with the system's strategic goals, of which in the Chancellor's work plan, you recently saw an expansion of workforce and economic development initiatives and a set of goals that have been outlined. And with that being said, today, I want to focus primarily on the purposes of these funds, focusing on non-credit and why non-credit is important to Minnesota State. I hear us speak a lot today about academic enrollment, but we don't talk a lot about non-credit enrollment. And in some cases across the US right now, in institutions of higher education, academic enrollment or non-credit enrollment is surpassing academic enrollment. And so I just want to point out a few items today of why non-credit is important and why some of these funds should be filtered to those, including workforce scholarships. And Phil Ariano on my team will also talk a little bit about some of the success stories we've had with some of the leveraged equipment in the past, focused on non-credit programs in particular. So expanding non-credit for the purposes of the following. Non-credit programs align with workforce demands as we engage with employers across the state of Minnesota. They increase access and equity for those who may have otherwise not been able to come to our institutions, as we spoke about the high cost of education earlier today. To facilitate pathways for non-credit to credit pathways. This is a conversation right now I think we're having across our entire system. In particular, I know I'm having this conversation daily with both our CECT departments as well as our centers of excellence. And also enhancing institutional agility and innovation. We are much more nimble in non-credit to be able to move more quickly to meet the demands of workforce and the employer's demands as they make those requests. Doing some research, these are some statistics from some very well-known entities that focus on higher education. And in particular, these stats are related to non-credit and why they are important. According to the American Association of Community Colleges, 15 to 25% of students who begin in non-credit programs eventually transition to credit-bearing programs. Jobs for the future. Students in non-credit IT programs, such as coding or CompTIA certifications, are more likely to enroll in IT degree programs, either at a community college or university level. The Brookings Institution. Community college non-credit workforce programs generate significant economic benefits with return on investment of $4 to $7 for every dollar spent due to increased wages and employment rates among participants. The National Skills Coalition. Before I read this, I will remind you, this is in relation to small businesses. 99.4% of all businesses in the state of Minnesota are small businesses. According to the National Skills Coalition, 54% of small and mid-sized businesses report difficulties finding qualified candidates. Non-credit programs help fill this gap, especially when institutions have the flexibility to design programs aligned with the employer needs today and not tomorrow. So those are just a few of the examples of coming to the table with additional funding, of a focus on workforce scholarships in particular, program expansion, as well as some of the equipment needs. And I'll give Phil the floor.
Thank you, Chair Hepsch, Chair Soul, and trustees. From cutting edge equipment upgrades to curriculum development in emerging fields, these funds are helping us meet workforce demands, address industry needs, and ensure our programs are responsive to the evolving labor market. I have dozens of examples I could share from all of our colleges and universities, but I'll share two. And keep in mind, some of these examples are both credit and non-credit, but the opportunity does lie to increase opportunities for non-credit. For example, Central Lakes College, leveraging these funds, these resources, including $40,000 of leveraged equipment funds for hands-on learning in vehicle diagnostics for their transportation program. Enhanced learning funds, those are our the recently newer legislative funds used to modernize active learning spaces with technology upgrades for hybrid courses. Using industry sector programming funds to start up dental hygiene tools, to start up dental hygiene programs and include hygiene tools and equipment, and use of leveraged equipment for machine tool technology. Another example includes Hennepin Technical College and their expansion of their robotics program, using over $40,000 for robotics training machines and equipment to expand the program to Brooklyn Park and serve underserved populations as well. Those are a few examples from those colleges, and a few examples of the use of workforce development scholarships, which are directly addressing Minnesota's workforce needs by aligning with high demand industries and supporting students' educational journeys and ensuring a smooth transition from classrooms to careers. By 2023, over 1,603 credentials, ranging from certificates to bachelor's degrees, were awarded to workforce development scholarship recipients. And these credentials were distributed across key workforce sectors in our state, including healthcare services, advanced manufacturing, transportation, and IT as well. In fiscal year 22, 88% of our students responded to the graduate follow-up survey, and remarkably 1,382 graduates began employment within 12 months of graduation, with 584 students starting jobs within just 3 months, demonstrating this program's immediate workforce impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions?
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. This is so important. Thank you for talking about non-credit enrollment. It's also a revenue opportunity for colleges and universities. Is it enough money overall? B, what happens with the workforce scholarships? If I get one of those and I qualify for a North Star Promise funding, are we just losing that money? Meaning they take that first, right? The Promise program is not for the non-credit training, right?
That is correct.
And do the workforce scholarships go to people not based on financial need? And how does that interact with the Promise program? And then I like applying this to non-credit.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Trustees. So the workforce development scholarships have been used to target students in the past with financial needs. Now the North Star Promise can focus on that, but we can continue to focus on industry demand. Students, whether they have financial needs or not, can be recruited into programs that not only have high demand, but that will allow our students to enter into the workforce more marketable, enter into a workforce where they know they have a promising job, a high paying career as well. In fact, that's one of the things as I administer this program, I'll get phone calls. How can we which do we prioritize? We don't. We prioritize the student. We focus on the student needs. And that's why we have 2 great programs, both of those scholarship opportunities for different types of students.
Is there enough money, Shannon? Sorry.
There's never enough money, but it's more than what we've had if the additional resources were to come through. So it's a starting point.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
So to summarize this proposal, this shows the total funding request by year for 26 and 27. You'll note our base funding starting point of $875.7 million in 26 We have a reduction in the tails for some of our pools of funds as well as some one-time funding. So our anticipated or appropriation for 25 is 923 million, but we'll have 22.5 million less in stabilization funding, 12.5 million less in tuition freeze funding, and then the $13 million less per year in the workforce funding because that was one time. So we start off at the 875.7. Want to point out the critical infrastructure, the 100 million we're asking for, this is proposed to ask for that in fiscal year 26. The student support and the workforce focus support 20 million in each year of the biennium. And then the student affordability and system operations to align with our expenses. So essentially 1/3 in year one, 2/3 of it in year two, and then that being base funding moving forward. So I just wanted to put those numbers out there in this format because this is where they come from in the overall motion that we'd be asking the committee to make is the overall budget request of a little over 1.1 billion in fiscal year 27 and 26 and 27 for $2.2 billion over the biennium. Then with the priorities we've talked about, as well as acknowledging that there would be a tuition setting process that would occur at the conclusion of the legislative session. So that concludes our presentation, and I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Hipsch.
Thank you, Vice Chair Mackey. Any final questions before we move a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this proposal is solid and reflects the needs that are there. Could be stronger, obviously. We'd always like to go in for even more, but I think this is a reasonable request. It's I think 5% increase over our previous budget. It focuses on our students and on economic development, workforce development. And I particularly like the critical infrastructure because it highlights an ongoing need that we have within the system. So I think this is spot on. I've said it before, and I'll say it again today, that this system, Minnesota State College and University system, is the state's most effective economic development program. This really is not spending. This is basically an investment. And so I would strongly encourage the board to support this request. And I would so move.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved in second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. It has been passed. We have one final agenda item for this marathon session. The last item.
Thank you, Chair Hipsch. I would note we've stayed pretty much on schedule on each item, so we'll get to a conclusion here soon. In front of you this afternoon is we'd ask for approval of a fiscal 25 capital program recommendation. And to my right is Karen Hewitt, our system director for capital planning and analysis. So she does all the heavy lifting and working with all the colleges and universities and getting all these projects ready to be submitted to the MMB and to the legislature. So we put together a brief presentation that Karen will lead the committee through.
Chair Hipsch and committee, I am Karen Hewitt and serve the colleges and universities of Minnesota State as System Director for Capital Planning and Analysis. It is my pleasure to present the last agenda item for your consideration and approval this fine afternoon. Next slide. Next. Thanks, Bill. The recommended capital budget request for the 2025 session totals $552.3 million. That includes $200 million for higher education asset preservation and replacement, or HEAPR, and $352.3 million for the design and construction of 14 individual college and university projects. For context, this approach is a second iteration of the 2024 request, given the absence of a bonding bill. We base this approach on the continued scope and scale of need, as well as hearing in the legislative listening sessions that we should ask for what we need, not what we think we will get. HEAPR remains our #1 priority system-wide. The 200 million request for HEAPR generally includes each campus' top asset preservation priority, as well as several secondary and tertiary priorities. The HEAPR funding requested in this capital budget request, and as Vice Chancellor Mackey presented in the biennial budget request, is an intentional twofold approach designed to underscore the urgency and magnitude of the infrastructure needs at our campuses and propose a financing strategy separate from the larger, more political bonding bill for addressing deficiencies in state-owned buildings. Projects shown in bold on the slides and in your attachment indicate having received previous funding for design in 2023. And although one project has been removed, the modest increase from the 2024 request to today is primarily due to Minnesota Management and Budget's assigned inflation factors corresponding to the shift in the midpoints of construction out 1 year. The removal of one project, which was the design funding for a project at St. Cloud State University, is the result of the university's change in leadership, academic programs, and the financial priorities as demonstrated in their comprehensive facility plan approved earlier this year. This change then adjusts the prioritization of projects shown on this and the next slide. Thank you. Of the total 552.3 million program, the state would fund 434.9 million, or 78.7% of the program, and Minnesota State would be responsible for 117.4 million, or 21.3% of the program. Formal capital program development is underway for the next regular bonding request for the 2026 legislative session. This December, 21 candidate projects will undergo a readiness evaluation against the foundational criteria of academic alignment, institutional space needs, and the financial position of the campus. If the project meets a minimum standard, then it will advance to general scoring by their peers in February. After review and consultation with the Leadership Council and the Chancellor, a recommendation for the 2026 capital budget request will be brought before the board in May and June of 2025. The list of major capital projects will represent our highest commitment to stewardship, student success, and sustainability. We are becoming more adept at presenting our story, emphasizing preserving what we have, minimizing operating costs, and advancing projects that benefit more people. We hope to make a more compelling case to the legislature to invest in Minnesota State and what is lasting and enduring. This concludes my remarks. Chair Hipsch and committee, there is a motion for committee consideration recommending the capital program as presented in attachment A. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much. Questions on the capital? Jackie John.
This might be too particular a question, so just ignore me. If it is, I'm just wondering to what extent things like energy efficiency and conservation are taken into account. I'm thinking especially of building renovation, and how is that reflected in the, I guess, in the requests and how they might be evaluated.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson, Chair Hipps. All of the projects previous went through a scoring mechanism that did take into account the level of sustainability that the projects considered. That is part of a requirement for SB 2030, and the B3 pre-designs are required to incorporate that level of detail and information, and it's generally reflected in the prioritization because it impacts how well the project scores.
As far as the next go around of candidate projects, sustainability is absolutely essential. MMB, in fact, is asking more questions up front about what degree the operating expenses will be reduced because of the energy savings and reductions in energy consumption at each campus. So it's becoming more and more a priority at the state level. Thank you.
Trustee Coles.
Just curious, do the projects, are they able to ask the state for construction of energy creating facilities on campus, like solar panel fields or transitions to geothermal heating or similar, in addition to simply assuming that that's the responsibility of the electrical grid to provide to the institution?
Trustee Coles, Chair Hipsch. So the energy creating components that might be contemplated in the project, such as geothermal or the solar voltaic cells that you mentioned, are certainly can be integrated into a capital project request. Most, if not all, of the candidate projects have some kind of production included. We're hoping that more come on board and to a greater extent. Sometimes the kilowatts are small, sometimes it's large, but yes, they can be considered as part of the capital request.
Sure. Trustee Erlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pushed that button too quickly. On the solar in particular, the legislature has provided fundings for both public K-12 and the Minnesota state system for solar installations. And the way to get the upfront money is you tax investors who need the federal tax credits can provide that upfront funding. And I don't know how many of our schools have taken advantage of this, but they should. One of the challenges can be roofs may not be able to handle the load. So I hope when we're building new buildings, we're making them solar ready. Unless nuclear fusion takes off, then we won't need it. But I think we're all on the same page, because after all this disposable stuff we've been using all day, it's thank you for bringing up sustainable.
Indeed, yes. The structural capabilities of the roofs to accommodate future solar arrays is absolutely incorporated into our design standards, and it's a requirement of B3 for investigation.
And then I'm told I should call on President Jans to talk about his project that's in there that is a energy efficient project.
Yeah, the project, the Cecil building, it'll be a net energy zero building when we complete it. And talking about previously, we just completed a $12 million campus-wide energy saving compensation project, which added solar panels to majority of our roofs on campus and carports in several of our areas that have solar panels on it. Generates 24% of our electrical needs on campus, so.
One question with regards to looking at the capital list, it looks like it's pretty wide variation on the adjustments that were made between 24 and 25. Some that are 1%, some that are 10%. Can you say just a little bit more about how those changes were calculated?
Yes, Trustee Hip. So the only adjustments that were made were as a result of the new inflation factors that MMB gave the system, which we must use. So as the midpoints of construction shift, as projects get delayed, then new inflation factors are assigned by MMB, and we can take those inflation factors, and some projects, as you saw, began design. So their timeline is now different than probably the rest of the project. So they have advanced while others have not. And inflation overall is
not as bad now as as it was in previous years. So the adjustment is frankly more modest than we thought it might be.
Perfect, thank you. Any final questions before we move the motion? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So move.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? We are passed, and we've come to the end of our marathon session. Special thanks to Vice Chancellor Mackey and the entire team for bringing forward with. Are there any other items to come before the committee before we wrap up tonight? Seeing none, that concludes today's meeting, and I will turn it over to Chair Sewell for directions for tomorrow.
Congratulations, Chair Hips and Vice Chancellor Mackey and the Finance Committee. Excellent job. So we are off until 9 o'clock tomorrow. We'll have a study session at 9 o'clock on contingent faculty. And then our board meeting at 10. And board members will not meet this evening, but dine tonight at the restaurant. The information's been provided to you. So thank you everyone for a good meeting today, and we'll see you tomorrow.